Hello, welcome everybody. On behalf of myself and Dr. Gami Shrestha, who is the director of the U.S. Carbon Cycle Science Program, I am very, very pleased to welcome you to the 7th North American Carbon Program Open Science Meeting. It's finally happening. Oops, hang on just a second. I would like to begin with a land acknowledgement. Creating a land acknowledgement for a virtual meeting is challenging, as we have participants from all across North America and beyond. But the majority of our attendees are participating from places where governments committed atrocities against Indigenous, Native American, and First Nations peoples. Our history also includes those who were kidnapped and brought here in the name of colonization and imperialism. Despite the theft of this land, this is still Indigenous land. We need to learn, protect, and honor the history and people of the places we live in. We honor the lives of all who endured and continue to endure in the face of settler colonial oppression. For more resources, a good place to begin is this website here called Native Land, but there are many, many resources if you would like to learn more. I would like to also remind everybody about the meeting code of conduct. Everyone agreed to this code of conduct when they registered for the meeting, but it's important to remember that all participants are to be treated with respect and consideration, and that we will be considerate and respectful and collaborative in expressing our views and opinions. It is important to communicate openly with others and critiquing the ideas rather than individuals. Personal attacks should never happen that are directed towards other participants. Please be mindful of your surroundings and your fellow participants. And if you have any concerns or need an ally, you can contact myself or Gami Shrestha, Megan McGrady, or Peter Griffith, whose emails are listed here and are also available on the meeting website. In terms of logistics, as you have seen, I've sent emails about how this meeting is going to work. If you're a general attendee, you will be viewing the meeting on YouTube, and every week I'll resend information with the links. Plus, these links are available on the meeting website after you log into your account. So if you're ever stuck and can't figure out where you need to be when, you can go and check it out there. As I mentioned, everybody is going to be watching the live stream events on YouTube. And the way that then you can ask questions during those live events is by using the Slido link. These questions are monitored and approved, so as a way to try to cut back on Zoom bombing type activities. So don't worry if you type a question and it doesn't appear immediately. It will be able to be approved by the moderator and show up on the Slido website. And if we don't have time to answer your Slido question, we will, forward those on to the appropriate people for, from the speaking event so that we can get some feedback on that later. And I want to remind folks that this afternoon we have a social hour, and the next couple of weeks we have breakout sessions, which happen at the end of the day. And those are going to be happening in WebEx rooms, which, if you're not familiar, are sort of very similar to Zoom rooms. And those links also appeared in the emails that I've communicated with you guys. And I hope that you will have time to join us for all the various different topics that are of interest to you. I want to take a moment to talk about ways in which you can interact with presenters at this meeting. Since it is a virtual meeting and we have more than 450 participants, which is very, very exciting, there's not really a way to have chat available sort of instantaneously for that large number of people. So our website has implemented this system where, first of all, when you go to the agenda, you'll able to see the recording of all of the talks that you can watch at any time, and those are just available by clicking on those links. The other thing is that you can click on this little comment box that allows you to leave a comment or a question for the presenter. This does require login, again, as a way to sort of prevent sort of spamming stuff. But then that login allows both the presenter to be able to be notified that there has been a comment or question, and then when the presenter responds, you will get a notification back that there has been a response to your comment. Those get batch processed every night, so it's not instantaneous, but it is a way to continue to have some conversation about specific presentations. Similarly, we've implemented this for the posters. So there are not any designated poster live times that are happening. We have more than 120 posters available that you can view by science theme by going to the meeting website and clicking on the poster agenda link that is here. And then what you'll see is something that looks very similar to the talk agenda, where you can click on links to see, say, the PDF of the poster. If it has a little cap next to it, that means that that poster is part of our Outstanding Student Presentation Competition. Some posters also have optional up to 5 minute recordings of a walkthrough of their poster where the presenter can explain and give some context. And then again, we also have the link so that you can leave a comment or a question for the poster presenter, and they can get back in touch with you that way as well. Finally, I have so many people to thank for making this meeting actually happen. First of all, we have this outstanding planning committee that, because of COVID, has basically been meeting for almost 2 years. Because we stood up this meeting almost 2 years ago in anticipation of running this meeting as an in-person event last March, and obviously we had to cancel that. And so we took a little break while we sort of figured out what the next steps would be, and then we reconvened and worked really, really hard to be able to present what I am confident will be a very interesting and stimulating meeting for all of the participants. And I'm especially indebted to the co-chairs and Yami Sharsa for the work of shepherding this process along. Also, this meeting would never happen if we did not have this outstanding crew of support staff. First, we have Heidi Allen, who works at UCAR and is a meeting planner. We have Brian Karakapa, who is our AV at Allegiant Source. We have several folks in the office that I work in, the Carbon Cycle and Ecosystems office at NASA, who have done amazing work in getting the website working for the meeting and making sure things are running smoothly. And then we are also very grateful to NASA and USDA NIFA for being able to provide us with money to make this meeting happen and make this meeting free to all attendees. And with that, we're going to take a quick break while we finish gathering everybody for the keynote address. So just hang on the YouTube channel, and we'll be back very shortly.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the NACP keynote panel. Thanks for sticking with us after we introduced the meeting this morning. My name is Jessica Cross, and I'm a researcher at NOAA's Pacific Marine Environmental Laboratory in Seattle, Washington. I'm here on behalf of myself and Simone Alin, who's also a researcher at NOAA PMEL, as the co-chairs of your opening keynote panel. We wanted to start our meeting, The Future is Here, by featuring 4 young leaders representing diverse experiences and knowledge of the impacts of a changing climate, and most particularly talk with them about how carbon cycle science could benefit from incorporating diverse viewpoints for more actionable research outcomes. When Simone and I first developed the vision for this panel in early 2019, the youth climate strike movement was gaining notoriety and steam. To us, quite literally, the voices of the future had arrived on the international stage in a way that they hadn't before. And granted, it's been a while since the beginning of 2019, but for us, the topic has only become more salient during the pandemic, after the murder of George Floyd, and with the nomination of the first Native American cabinet secretary. So today we host this panel to ask, what as scientists do we owe communities of color and future generations? Our goal is for this conversation to be a living one in which NACP members continuously engage with the broader scientific community in all parts of the society that we serve. Today, our audience is welcome to leave your comments, reactions, and questions in Slido at the link you've been provided and which Libby profiled during our previous talk. As this is a short 45-minute panel, we won't have time to address those questions live, but we hope to use those as a springboard for future conversations throughout the meeting. And for example, we invite you to our Hangout panel later this afternoon. However, we also want this conversation to live beyond the meeting. And towards that end, we've invited an expert in building these living collaborations to be our panel's moderator. Crystal Chissell is Director of Partnerships at Project Drawdown, where she has worked with partners of all stripes to help move the world towards climate solutions. It's my new favorite thing. And we hope Crystal's conversation with our panelists today will help move NACP and our members towards those goals as well. Welcome, Crystal.
Thank you, Jessica. So thank you everyone for joining us on day 1 for this keynote panel. My name is Crystal Chissell. I'm Senior Director of Partnerships at Project Drawdown. And as you heard, I'll be your moderator for this panel. So first, I'd like to introduce you to this group of thinkers who are joining us today. Alexandria Villaseñor is actually co-founder of the youth climate strike movement in the US. She is an internationally recognized environmental activist, public speaker, author, and founder of several other initiatives as well, including Earth Uprising International, which is a climate education-focused nonprofit. Darcy Peter is an environmental scientist and specializes in Arctic science and policy. She has worked for Alaska Native nonprofits in environmental science, policy, and social science, and she currently works as a researcher and scientist at Woodwell Climate Research Center in Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Julian Brave NoiseCat is an award-winning journalist, author, activist, and policy specialist who currently serves as Vice President of Policy and Strategy at Data for Progress, and as Narrative Change Director for the Natural History Museum. And Sarra Tekola is a researcher and activist currently working on her PhD in sustainability at Arizona State University. Her research is investigating how to create the cultural change Western society needs to successfully implement climate solutions, as well as how decoloniality can be a way to address climate change. She's co-founder of Women of Color Speak Out, a group that works to help the environmental movement become more accessible to people of color. So Sarra, let's start with you. So you began your research career in the physical sciences, and then you made a switch. So what change did you make and why?
Yeah, so, initially when I started and learned about climate change, I became a physical scientist because I really thought that's how we were going to address climate change, was through physical sciences. And it wasn't until I was a researcher interning at NOAA, where we were looking at pteropods and the effect ocean acidification was having on them, and being able to see them dissolving in the current state of the Arctic Ocean. And this was in 2012. And, this was essentially the bottom of the ocean's food chain collapsing before our very eyes. And so, as NOAA, that's the federal administration, we're supposed to protect the oceans and the atmosphere. So I was like, let's sprung to action. And I was like, what are we going to do here? We have to do something here. And I was told that it wasn't our job as scientists, that our job was to report the problem, and that we would write recommendations, and that we would hope that Congress would listen to us. So I was like, then I'm in the wrong field. So I actually from there became a legislative aide for a Seattle City Council member, and started to try to legislate climate science. And what I was met with was resistance. And that's where, I started. When you look into the research, and at the time, Jacobson and DeLucci had a paper in 2011 talking about going carbon neutral by 2030. And they said that we have all the science and technology that we need right now, and that's in 2011. What we're missing is a political and social will. So that's what drew me to the social sciences, and looking for how can we create this political and social will. And initially, I started studying conservatives, because this was our biggest stumbling block here, and started seeing if we just communicate with them differently, that they'll change their mind, that they'll understand. Maybe it's an education problem. But what I found was it wasn't a lack of education, it was cognitive dissonance. And that in order for them to acknowledge there was a problem, then you start to acknowledge some of the fundamental problems with Western society and the problems with modernity as a whole. And it starts to question their very value base. And so that's what drew me into what I'm studying today, and looking at this pathology in modernity that prevents us from addressing climate change. And when we look at the roots of it, it starts from colonialism. And it starts there when you start to see that essentially a lot of the behaviors that we're dealing, whether it's the cognitive dissonance and denial, the narcissism and individualism, the hypermasculinity, the supremacy culture, not only white supremacy, which we saw in White Man's Burden, and how it catapulted to this environmental catastrophe, but also this human supremacy and this belief that we can dominate and control the planet. And so starting to look at the behavioral changes that was needed, I think is where I'm at now today as a researcher, and looking at how do we actually change Western society's culture, because that's really what the barriers to climate change are today.
So based on what on this thinking and what you're studying now, in the social sciences, do you think there are some changes that need to be made in the way that climate science is conducted?
Most definitely. So I had a lot of frustrations when I was working as a climate scientist about some of the limitations. One of the things, especially as a young person, I remember hearing a lot of these things like coral reef is over. Like by 2050, they're going to there's essentially no hope, is what I was being told from some of the lead researchers in this field. And, even though it is depressing, and we do need to look at where we're at, and it is a climate crisis that we are facing, I also think that we need to always be solution oriented, or looking at, well, what can we do about this? And so I think that's important as climate scientists, to be solution oriented too. So what are we going to do about that? I also think it's really important that there's certainly a hierarchy when we talk about supremacy culture. When we look at climate solutions, the supremacy culture comes out there. There's this belief in the superiority of physical sciences. When you look at in all spaces, whether it's climate funding or the IPCC report, there is an over-reliance on the physical sciences over the social sciences. And that's a huge problem, because now when we look at it, we know, we have the science, we know what's happening with climate change. We know what we need to do. The place that we don't know is how we're going to change society. So more resources need to be devoted to the social sciences. I think that's really important. And as we do that, we need to start questioning positivism, because there's this belief that there's only one way. And so we need to acknowledge other ways of knowing, because what we've seen is the Western ways of knowing have not brought us any solutions. So we need to incorporate other communities and other ways of knowing so that we can bring about new solutions. We also need to look at inclusion. Oftentimes now, these questions about inclusion and diversity are seen as it's the nice thing to do. I want to be progressive, so I'm going to include you. But that's actually not the case. Inclusion isn't not just a nicety, it's a requirement. We can look at this at the the climate, the COP agreements, and what we see on the world stage is that countries that were formerly colonized, the countries in the global south, they are not coming up because of, we see the global hierarchies and the continuation of colonial power structures that prevent these countries from coming out of poverty. Now addressing them isn't just the nice thing to do. If we don't support these countries and address things like global climate reparations, then these countries are not going to be able to do the leapfrog development. And if everyone doesn't come up, we're not going to address this. It's also, when we look at some of the things, for example, for a long time, it was looked at like, including communities is a nice thing to do. But now when we look at, for example, in California with the forest fires, we see that there's been pilot projects where they've given the land back to indigenous communities, and these communities have known for time immemorial the right ways, such as like fire management, to actually prevent forest fires. So when you give the land back, it's not just because it's the right thing to do, which it is, but it's also important for climate mitigation and adaptation strategies. We've seen, research has shown that indigenous communities, the land that they control, have the highest rates of biodiversity. So giving the land back isn't just the right thing to do, it's the thing that we need to do as a climate strategy. And the final thing I'll say is, with privilege comes responsibility. And so as climate scientists, if you know just what's at stake, that humanity as a whole is not certain if we continue going forward as we are in Western society, then that's a responsibility. And so with that knowledge, it's important that we know that you do have a responsibility to not just write your papers and give these recommendations. You have a responsibility to advocate and to make a difference, because you, as climate scientists, we have a particular access to knowledge that others don't. So how are we communicating that? How are we explaining that? How are we making sure that decision makers and policy makers are actually implementing solutions? Because those climate scientists are closest to the problem, and so they need to be making sure they're working as translators, as advocates, and as activists.
Great, thanks so much, Sarra. Darcy, I want to go to you next. Do you agree that there need to be changes in the way that climate science is conducted?
Absolutely, yeah. I don't know what more I could say that Sarra hasn't already touched on, but on the flip side, right, I'm a scientist, and I put air quotes up because, scientists can mean a lot of different things, as she touched on. Sorry, are your pronouns she, they, or she, her, Sarra?
And they, them.
They, them, okay, yeah. So as they touched on, right, like, there are different ways of knowing, and that's something that I think is very important for Western scientists to understand, right, is because it's so black and white, right? Western science, in my perspective, it's so like, this is this graph, this is how this explains something, and then let's write a paper like the 50 that we've already read with minor details changed, with data change. And that is not how Western science should be conducted, right? So in my experience, right, it's like you read a bunch of papers, you apply for a huge amount of money, you go somewhere, usually within a year, 2 years, you are very isolated from the place that you're going. As Western scientists, you extract resources, you bring it back to your lab. All of this is on stolen land. And then you run your samples and you publish a paper that, like I said, is very similar to the ones that you already read with very minute differences. And this is how it's been going on. Western science inherently is extractive. In its nature, it's very extractive. That's a statement I feel comfortable saying. I think that just because that's the nature of it, that's not how it should be, if that makes sense. So just because you can do something doesn't mean that you should, right? Like, it's the right thing to do. There's a right way to do everything, in my mind. And I think that when it comes to conducting science, right, we need to do planning grants before we apply for these huge pockets of money, right, to go and be on somebody else's traditional land and extract their resources and have no connection with them at all. I think that this is not sustainable, and it's also unethical. I think that before we even, because we as scientists can read papers and say, oh, okay, I want to go to Canada, right? Because all these papers have the scientists going to Canada. And so instead of just submitting this huge grant right off, right, you need to be doing your research into the community or the area that you're wanting to go into. Because there are Indigenous people throughout the entire world. Sarra touched on, right? Almost everywhere is Indigenous land, if not currently being occupied by Indigenous people. In a lot of the Western world, it's on stolen land. So that is something that you need to research. You need to look at the Indigenous people whose land you're on and the different entities that exist on these different land types, right? So there can be 5 different entities, right? There can be tribal, state, corporate, village corporate, oil, state. I mean, there are so many different entities and different hats that people wear that if you reach out to the wrong one, you're going to upset the other, right? So it goes beyond just submitting a huge pocket of money, right, and going somewhere, taking all of their traditional sacred, very inherent to them as a person resources and having no contact with them at all. So there's a right way to do it, to do research beforehand, and there's a right way to do it afterwards. It goes beyond just publishing a paper, sending it off to other scientists in a language that only other scientists are going to understand. It's ridiculous. They don't teach you science communication in academia. So most of the times you come out of your PhD knowing so much about so little, and then you get this job and you are overwhelmed. You're like, oh, okay, we got funding to go here, so let's just go and do this. I'm trying to build a name for myself, right? You can't speak up on what's important to you. And that also touches on the power dynamic that Sarra was talking about. It's very inherent academia to have power structures. That's not how to do sustainable research, in my opinion, which I happen to think is correct and really, right. There's an ethical way to do things in a wrong way, in a selfish way, an extractive way. And one is definitely easier than the other. So for example, after all of the research is done, hopefully you've done it ethically, it goes beyond just publishing a paper, right? And it's interacting with those people who helped you do your research, with the tribe, with the state, with the city, with all these different entities that had a hand to play in your research. You need to be working with them. Okay, how can I write a newsletter? How can I translate this newsletter for people that that's in a place where English might not be their first language? Okay, reading a textbook is not appealing to elders due to colonialism. So here are a few maps, right, to show your elders on what you've done. I mean, there are so many different ways that scientists can communicate their research beyond just a graph or, a paper that nobody's going to understand, using lingo that nobody's going to understand. So there are a lot of different things, I think, that scientists can do better. And I like to think that is where, that's kind of my job, right, is being that bridge between Indigenous people and Western science.
So, and And Darcy, do you think that like this traditional way of Western way of doing science is actually affecting the quality of the science that's coming out of the research, the quality of the information? Do you think that this traditional way of Western way of doing research is actually affecting the quality of what comes out of that research?
Yes, I think so, definitely. Right, because you can go somewhere and not know what it was traditionally used for, if you should even be doing research there. I think that, like, it's just not inclusive, right? So a lot of Western science does not have people of color, correct? So I think that's a statement I'm comfortable saying also. So the more people of color you include, the more different life experiences that you include that you're exposed to, the more you understand the importance of what you're doing, right? So it goes beyond just, I got these amazing numbers. It's the more you talk to people, the more you realize your research can have an impact on the lives of people who live in these places who are experiencing climate change at 3 times the rate as anywhere else in the world, right? I mean, we see what's happening in Texas, we see what's happening in California, we see what's happening in Puerto Rico, we see what's happening in New York City, and we see all of these increased storms, and people say, oh, that's normal. What they don't understand is that it's a change in climate. And a lot of the indigenous people in Canada, Alaska, Siberia, Russia, in the Arctic, and in like near the equator, right? We've been seeing this for years, since time immemorial, and like we've been seeing the slow change, right? And it's becoming faster and faster. So if what was happening in Alaska or in Canada, or where in these places where climate change is exacerbated by 3 times the normal rate, right? If what was happening in these places was happening in New York City or in LA or anywhere else in the US, we would get funds and help like that. So there's also a disconnect between policy and climate change. So that's something that is pretty difficult to understand as a scientist to take in. Like, there's value in including indigenous people and people of color in your research, because it goes so much deeper than just surface level. You know, I can only read so many papers, but until I get to a place and interact with the people of the place and the environment of a place, I don't really know what's going on as a Westerner.
So Darcy, I know that you have created a set of guiding principles for conducting research in Northern Indigenous communities. So I wish we had time to hear them all, but I wonder if you could sort of summarize what this is about, or maybe highlight a couple of the principles.
Right. So since COVID-19 hit, right, I think my workload and a lot of other people's workload has looked a little different. Just me as a scientist, right, I'm unable to do field research, right? And, you know, while it's super unfortunate and disheartening that it took so many people dying, right, to start this conversation and really fuel, you know, this civil rights movement and this social rights movement, it's awful how it started and how these conversations ignited, right? These very vital and very important conversations started. We have all of the momentum right now to implement change. That's how I see it. And so as a Western scientist, right, instead of spending a lot of time in the lab and analyzing data, I spoke with my boss, who's great, and I was like, I think that the program that I'm helping to run, right, the Polaris Project, I think that this program that I'm helping to run that brings people to Alaska is doing a lot of things right that a lot of different organizations and academic institutions are not doing right. They're not interacting with people. They're very extractive. They're you know, not understanding a place or a culture, and they're tied to land before they're going somewhere. Like, it's just very Western, right? And so what is something that I can do that can kind of offer help to Western scientists to build that bridge between Western scientists and indigenous people and people of color on the land that Westerners are trying to go to? And so I created this document, like you said. There's 11 guiding principles, and I'm willing to send it to whoever is interested in reading it. But it's focused on researchers wanting to work in Indigenous communities. And there are different variations that I'm working on in terms of like Canada, or some in Russia, some in Brazil, you know, there are different areas of the world that I would like to be focused on. But right now it's mainly focused in Alaska because that's my area of expertise. And it's meant to kind of hold the hand of researchers as they're wanting to apply for funding and as they're wanting to work in the North, right, where Indigenous cultures are very much alive. And yeah, so it's kind of just like, okay, this is what you do. This is how you do it. Like, this is the right way to do things. Here are some entities that you can reach out to. These are the conversations you should be having. You should be very humble when you're having these conversations. Do not speak a lot, even when you're presenting your research. Just listen, right? Like, these knowledge holders are so rich and so rare and so far and few between that it's an honor to even be in their presence, let alone to hear from them. So it's very, you know, I like to think it as holding them accountable. I mean, it's kind of like a mental checklist of like how to be an ethical researcher in my mind. That's how I perceive them.
Great, that sounds wonderful. And Jessica mentioned at the intro to this panel that NACP wants to carry on some of the work that we're discussing in this panel. So maybe broadly sharing your principles that you created could be part of that. Alexandria, what are your thoughts about the relationship between scientists and activists?
Yes, first of all, thank you so much for having me here. I'm really enjoying listening to the other panelists. And first, to my generation, it's really strange to think that a scientist would go through years of schooling and then spend years on their research only to not act on the research they're producing. And I think that scientists have not only an academic, but a moral responsibility to act on information that they know will be damaging and destructive to humanity. And so I know in the youth climate movement, we have a lot of great relationships with climate scientists and NASA scientists, and we rely on them to keep us up to date on the latest scientific information, which we then use to provide support for our work. And so actually one of our mottos in the youth climate movement last year was listen to the science. We would be marching and chanting, listen to the science. And so we're out there on the streets striking and pushing our politicians and decision makers to act on scientific research. And so regarding how scientists can move towards being activists, I think publicity and science communication is actually really important. There are some scientists doing this really well, and I think we can look to them as role models, like Dr. Catherine Hayhoe in Texas and Dr. Michael Mann at Penn State. And we also see this recently with the scientific report that was released about the Gulf Stream. And that report came from scientists at Maynooth University in Ireland and the Potsdam Institute in Germany. And I think that they did a really good job engaging the media and translating their research into more accessible language. And that's what it's really all about, publicity and accessibility. And so, no, we're not really asking scientists to get on the streets with signs. Of course, they're welcome to. But what we really need is for the majority of society to hear about their research and not only understand it, but understand the long-term effects of their research too. And also, the last thing I'd like to add is that I'm actually the daughter of an academic. My mom is doing her PhD right now. So from what I've learned from her, I understand how complicated scholar activism is. And I also understand that we're asking all of you here to change the way you work in an academic system that might not be supportive or even friendly to the kind of changes we're asking you to make. And so I think the other way scientists needs to be activists is within their own institution. And my mom actually calls it scholar activism. And it's this action of pushing back on your institution for the staffing, funding, and resources to do all of this work that we're asking you to do. And so, which this really means you have to go back to your administrators and justify the work that needs to be done. And I hope that what we're doing for all of you today is providing some of this justification that you need to do. Lastly, I also know that today we're talking to you about solutions that might be outside of the sciences or discourses that aren't really discussed in labs. And that's where we're also asking you to work more with the humanities. Climate change is actually an interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary topic. So it's important for scientists to engage with the scholars from other disciplines when working on climate change.
Great, thanks, Alexandria. I think we have a theme going here about being interdisciplinary and working with the social sciences. Let's move a bit toward policy. Julian, much of your work has involved envisioning the future of climate justice and crafting policy such as the Green New Deal that can help bring a vision for the future into reality. So are there ways you think that science can contribute to the future reality that you envision?
I mean, certainly. So firstly, I just want to say thank you so much for the invitation. I just want to also acknowledge that I don't know if other people consider the internet indigenous territory, but I consider it Indian country. So I just want to acknowledge that. And then I'm also on the lands of the Piscataway people in what is now Washington, D.C. I think that's, even though we're all constantly doing everything via Zoom these days, I think that acknowledging our place and the history of those places is incredibly important. I agree with so much of what Sarra, Darcy, and Alexandria have said. I guess right now I'm approaching this question with an eye towards what happens here in DC, which has to do with politics and policy. And I think that, you probably can glean this from what has already been said, but, science is not, I think that there's often a way of looking at science as an objective, pursuit of knowledge and inquiry that is relieved of the troubles of power and politics and policy implications. And whether we're talking about, the fact that Charles Darwin was aboard, the Beagle, which of course was itself embedded in a broader imperial project that was part of the British Empire at the time, or we're talking about, more contemporary and troubling things like, the various medical experiments which were carried out on Indigenous people and other people of color well into the 20th century. I think that it's very hard to argue that science is not actually a place of power and influence. And I think essentially my very brief message to this audience, and I think for scientists, is to recognize that science does have a lot of influence over policymaking, does have a lot of institutional power. So often when we see people talking about climate change in the news, it's scientists. So often when we have policymakers turning to voices for guidance on what to do about climate change, they turn to scientists. And I think that, it's really important, therefore, for scientists to be responsible with their influence and their power. And I think that goes from, the conception of what kind of research projects are valued, are uplifted, are funded, and also, the ways that scientists use their voice as public communicators of, the issues that we face. And, I think that there are some examples of scientists who, do that. But, I think that it's going to be especially important in the coming months as we actually enter a window where, policies could become laws. And I'm really crossing my fingers that in this instance, science won't let down people like my own once again.
And Julian, because you are an observer of politics and policy, what are your thoughts about the possibility of climate justice in this current political climate?
I'm cautiously optimistic about the potential for lawmakers to take action on climate and to do it with an eye towards equity and justice. I think that I approach the institutions that we have as, mostly not geared towards, like liberation type actions. I think that at the end of the day, it's about making things better around the margins. Policymaking, I see things as a project of making things better around the margins, particularly for people like my own. But with I think a party that firstly believes in the science of climate change, a president who ran on a campaign promise to quote unquote build back better, and centered clean energy as a major pillar of that plan. And with I think a rising set of social movements, whether they be focused on climate change specifically or environmental justice or racial justice, increasingly putting pressure on the Democratic Party to do the right thing here. I'm hopeful that in the coming months that that will actually have some good impacts on policymaking. I doubt that will be sufficient. Of course, for climate change, there is no final solution that's gonna sort of solve the problem once and for all. But I do think that we have a pretty unique opportunity here to move the ball in a good direction finally.
Great. Well, this has been a very rich conversation. I actually have a question for any of the panelists. So traditionally, science is seen as impartial and objective. And so I'm wondering, just from listening to your comments, it seems that traditional Western science is not completely objective, and that maybe some of the changes that you all have suggested could lead to actually more objectivity. Anyone have thoughts about that?
Yeah, I think that objectivity, it's false. There's really no such thing. There's always going to be, you as a researcher, there's going to be assumptions you make that are going to be part of that. For example, there was research that said 1.5 degrees of warming was impossible, but baked into the models was assumptions that America's consumption wouldn't go below a certain point. So that's an assumption being made there that was then said objective and then stated as an objective fact that we can't go below 1.5 degrees of warming, which isn't true. America can cut their consumption in half. It is going to require sacrifice. It is going to require us to change everything, but it is possible, but to some, they say it's not possible, right? So I think that it's really important when I think something that social sciences does is positionality, that I think the physical sciences also need to do, and also notifying, I think that there's also a huge disproportionality as most of the sciences, most of the climate science is coming from the Western world. And so that also creates a different, basically, there's different sacrifice zones that they get to choose. And if it's mostly coming from the United States and from Western countries, then they're not going to choose to sacrifice their countries. They're going to sacrifice other people who don't have the same say. For example, how many the Maldives is one of the most threatened countries right now, and how much climate science and how much of a say are they going to get to have on who gets to be sacrificed? So I think that there needs to be more basically reflection on the standpoint and where you're coming from and what assumptions that are being baked into your models and equations that needs to be said up front.
Great. Anyone else want to comment? So I think that we're almost out of time. I want to thank everyone for your comments. Each of you, we could have done a full 45 minutes with each of you. There's so much so much that you said that could be unpacked. It's been really, really interesting. Where would you direct, if the audience wants to learn more about you and your work, where would you direct them other than general Google search? Sarra?
Yeah, so currently I am at Arizona State University. And so that's one way you can find me. I can send my email that way. And then the other work that I'm engaged in is also as co-director of Black Lives Matter Phoenix Metro. And we're also incorporating environmental justice into the work that we're doing there as well. And I'm based in Phoenix.
Thanks. How about you, Alexandria? Where can people learn more about your work?
Yes, so people can, I'm on all social media platforms, Alexandria V 2005. I'm in the 9th grade, so it's easier for me to check my DMs. So just DM me if you need anything. And Earth Uprising is my organization, and we are earthuprising.org, and all of our social medias are earth_uprising. So make sure to check us out as well.
Great. And Julian, where can people learn more about your work?
I am on Twitter at JNoiseCat. You can follow Data for Progress's work at Data Progress. We also have a website, dataforprogress.org. I also do a fair amount of writing and have a website. Just search my name, it should come up. The last thing I just want to say also is that, like, we didn't really get to mention this. There's actually a very fascinating history of the sciences and the social sciences actually really benefiting from the knowledge of colonized and indigenous peoples. Franz Boas, for example, there's fairly compelling evidence that Franz Boas got the idea of cultural relativism from his interlocutor, a guy named George Hunt, who is Kwakwaka'wakw. And so I think that it's actually to me, the compelling argument is that science has actually strengthened. The hard sciences and the social sciences are strengthened by doing the stuff that we talked about. So
that sounds like a great topic for the next panel at NACP. And Darcy, I wanted to give you a chance to let the audience know where they can learn more about your work.
Yeah, so similar to Julian, you can just Google search my name, and then the Woodwell climate staff profile that pops up is probably the best place. I also have Twitter. I heard people mentioning social media, so I have Twitter. It's at Darcy Peter numerical 1. Instagram's at Darcy L. Peter. Yeah. That's kind of where you can find me.
Okay, thanks everyone.
Thank you all so much for doing this. For those of you in the audience, we'll be right back in just a moment with agency updates. So no need to change channels or anything. It will be back soon. Hello, everyone. Welcome once again. Now we have the agency updates. These are all pre-recorded. Unfortunately, due to the agenda timing, we don't really have time to take questions from the audience, but I encourage you to reach out to the specific program managers if you have any questions about their presentations, and that you should be able to find their contact information easily. If not, please just drop me a line and I'll help you get in touch.
Greetings, everyone. Hola, bonjour, namaste. I hope that you are all well wherever you are tuning from. My name is Gyami Shrestha. This is my 10th year serving as the director of the U.S. Carbon Cycle Science Program Office in Washington, D.C., the ancestral lands of the Anacostans, Piscataway, and Pamunkey peoples. Before providing interagency program updates, I would like to provide some background on our raison d'etre. The program was established in 1999. Our mission is to coordinate and facilitate federally funded carbon cycle research and to provide leadership to the U.S. Global Change Research Program, or USGCRP, on carbon cycle science priorities. The USGCRP itself was established following the Global Change Research Act of 1990. The U.S. Carbon Cycle Science Program was established by and led by the Carbon Cycle Interagency Working Group, or CCIWG. In order to drive our mission forward, we meet frequently, at least every 4 weeks, with team members from 14 U.S. agencies and departments. We represent a multidisciplinary portfolio of federal research and science funding on carbon cycling across land, ocean, atmosphere, society, and interface. We represent one of many interagency working groups of the USGCRP, which operates under the auspices of the White House OSTP's National Science and Technology Council. In addition to following the mandates of these and different executive branch entities, we rely on input from our stakeholders to develop our interagency priorities, such as those delivered via the decadal U.S. Carbon Cycle Science Plans. We recently assessed the last decade of carbon cycle advances across North America with 200 experts via the second State of the Carbon Cycle report. The special sustained assessment of the USGCRP was published following 6 reviews by 14 agencies, the U.S. National Academy of Sciences, and the public. Team members included colleagues from both NACP and the OCB, which are community-driven programs established by our interagency. Our interagency work is informed by input from a very diverse interdisciplinary science community, which has motivated many of our recent multi-agency activities in the last decade. As we plan our next decadal multi-agency research coordination and facilitation activities, we will continue to rely on the input and feedback we receive from the science community. These and the soon-to-be completed NACP Science Implementation Plan will serve as important guideposts for future carbon cycle science research, and our interagency efforts will build upon recommendations and priorities put forth in these community-vetted documents. Some of our recent focus areas and science drivers identified here, including emerging and ongoing issues relevant to carbon cycle science across land, ocean, atmosphere, and society, will be incorporated in our potential interagency solicitations, outreach efforts, including workshops, reports, and engagement with new and existing partners. How can you keep track of latest updates and engagement opportunities from the program? Subscribe to our periodic newsletter, the Carbon Digest. Send us your blurbs or articles that pertain to interagency carbon cycle science and work that we fund, facilitate, or are planning to conduct in the future. We continue to seek and expand our partnerships and collaborations. Please reach out to us if you'd like to collaborate. Recently, we started some new efforts based on community feedback, federal priorities, and emerging questions. For instance, how do we start developing multi-agency research agendas that can leverage what we know so far about the carbon cycle and begin to develop new opportunities that will inform future carbon dioxide removal strategies? Here is one step closer to that vision. We recently launched the first federal data call of activities involving or informing carbon removal in different systems. We now have an internal database of preliminary federal submissions and welcome new ones. If you are a U.S. federal program manager or scientist who would like to participate in the data call, please contact me for the submission link. We are also initiating or exploring the possibilities of executing workshops, white papers, and joint research calls, as well as pertinent partnerships around this topic. So reach out to us if you're interested. You are a lucky audience because you are the first ones to see this snapshot of the approximately 300 projects submitted by federal colleagues in response to the data call so far. As you see, most carbon removal related projects data submitted so far are focused on in-situ observations. The submissions we received so far indicate USDA and USAID dominant in funding streams of research activities, informing or having the potential to inform current and future carbon removal activities. Submissions so far are dominated by terrestrial, biotic, and abiotic projects on carbon removal. Many socioeconomic, policy, and marine projects information have also been submitted. Finally, since the last NACP Open Science meeting, we have executed a number of activities, details all of which can be found on our website, carboncyclescience.us. We really appreciate all the effort that has gone into this current 7th Open Science meeting planning. While welcoming everyone to the meeting, I would also like to ask everyone to join us in applauding the multi-year efforts of the entire planning committee and technical support staff from NACP and UCAR in making this major gathering of the best carbon minds in North America a reality. Thanks.
Good afternoon. I'm Ann Marsh, National Program Lead for Climate Change Research at the USDA Forest Service. I am pleased to give a brief update on our carbon research program. So at our 5 research stations, our Forest Products Lab, the International Institute for Tropical Forestry, and the Institute of Pacific Island Forestry, we have multiple scientists that work on carbon, with over 100 current carbon projects. Publications and project descriptions can be found on our Tree Search and Highlights databases and data sets on our research data archive. So for those of you who may not be familiar with our carbon research, it really focuses on inventory and monitoring, as well as modeling and experimental work to identify effects of climate change, fire, insect outbreaks, drought, extreme events, and land use change on carbon storage and flux. Our carbon research addresses forests, woodlands, urban forests, agroforested areas, forest products, as well as human dimensions. We test impacts of silvicultural and other land management practices on our network of 81 experimental forests and ranges. And this is really so that we can develop practical applications for land managers. These sites also allow us to monitor carbon pools over the long term. We certainly welcome collaborative research at our EFRs and are working to make data from the EFRs more accessible. This year, we have taken over the compilation of the consistent representation of land as part of the UNFCCC greenhouse gas reporting for the land sector. Over the next 3 years, we're going to be harmonizing inventory data with remotely sensed data and data products to develop spatially explicit and spatially continuous annual land use and land cover data products to support greenhouse gas estimation and reporting and management activities in the U.S. We continue to develop national science syntheses that consider carbon and have 2 new open access books, one on soils and another on invasive species. This coming year, we expect to release reports on smoke, active forest management, and the wildland-urban interface. We look forward to continuing to work on carbon in the new administration. Improving understanding of carbon on working lands was highlighted in the Climate 21 Transition Report, as was the importance of reforestation. The report also highlighted the potential for carbon banks. So these are early days, so we're still exploring opportunities, but we are confident that science is valued and will be important moving forward. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Megan O'Rourke. I am the National Program Leader for Agroecosystems and Climate Change at USDA NIFA, the National Institute for Food and Agriculture. NIFA is a science funding agency whose mission is to invest in and advance agricultural research, education, and extension to solve societal challenges. Extension, if you're not familiar with the term, is non-formal education provided by the Cooperative Extension System, which is a network of thousands of public educators who work at the county level across the country to translate research discoveries for the public. NIFA has 6 main goals, one of which is focused on the advancement and application of science and technological tools in order to mitigate climate change impacts on agricultural, forest, and rangeland systems. To achieve our mission and goals, NIFA funds science that is carried out domestically by universities, government agencies, and NGOs, with opportunities to work with international partners. In FY 2020, NIFA awarded $1.7 billion to support agricultural science, with approximately half the money being awarded competitively and half based on formulas that directly support university agriculture and forestry programs. Over the past decade, NIFA has supported thousands of projects related to climate change. The projects very often have a strong emphasis on sustainability and focus on both agriculture and forestry systems. Among the many research themes funded, greenhouse gases, water, modeling, and soils focus prominently in NIFA's research portfolio. The largest competitive program in NIFA that funds climate and carbon science is our flagship program called the Agriculture and Food Research Initiative, or AFRI. Additionally, we have many formula programs that directly support colleges' agriculture and forestry programs, such as Hatch, Smith-Lever Extension, 1890 Capacity Building, McIntyre-Stennis Cooperative Forestry Research, and Renewable Resources Extension Act for Forest and Rangeland Systems. If you would like to know more about NIFA funding opportunities in climate and carbon science, you can go to our Request for Applications calendar at the first link to keep track of important deadlines. You can search for grant opportunities at the second link, or you can sign up for NIFA email updates at our newsroom link. Thank you very much, and please feel free to reach out to me directly if you have any questions, and please visit the NIFA website to learn more.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarra, and I'm a National Program Leader from the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Agricultural Research Service. The Agricultural Research Service has research programs spread across 137 sites in the U.S. These programs cover topics such as soil ecosystem research, agroforestry, animal production, crop production, and atmospheric system research. We look at how we can increase the amount of carbon stored above ground. This photo shows an agroforestry system with switchgrass and poplar trees, and below ground in the soil. We look at the effects of agricultural management decisions on carbon dioxide flux in crop and livestock systems. This map shows our network of eddy covariance towers that are part of the long-term agroecosystem research network and the AmeriFlux network. We also look at ways to reduce 2 of our main sources of agricultural methane emissions, from flooded rice fields and from ruminant animal digestive systems. We also do research to help agricultural decision makers adapt to a changing climate. The Agricultural Research Service, along with many other federal agencies and universities, has been doing a lot of foundational research about how the climate is changing, and applied research about strategies for agricultural adaptation to climate change. But a few years ago, USDA recognized that much of the current climate science is not in a form that is very useful to people who manage what we call working lands, that is, farms, ranches, and forests. The USDA Regional Climate Hubs were born. They are a collaboration between a number of different USDA agencies that are listed there across the bottom of the slide, including the Agricultural Research Service, the Natural Resources Conservation Service, the Forest Service, the Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service, the Farm Service Agency, and the Risk Management Agency. Their mission is to develop and deliver science-based, region-specific information and technologies so that agricultural and natural resource land managers are empowered to make climate-informed decisions. They use a knowledge co-production process to improve information flow to stakeholders by translating science into useful tools and products, and to improve the information flow from stakeholders to provide feedback to research agencies. I will be present virtually during the North American Carbon Program, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about our mitigation and adaptation research. Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Dwight Gluthill. I am a Program Deputy Director within NOAA's Office of Oceanic and Atmospheric Research, or OAR. OAR encompasses a number of programs and laboratories engaged in carbon cycle research that aims to improve our understanding and prediction of the Earth's system. I'll be providing a very brief and high-level overview of some of the programs and labs currently engaged in carbon cycle studies. NOAA OAR houses a broad array of programs and labs that work jointly to meet NOAA's Earth system observing, modeling, forecast, and projection science needs, and provides much of the fundamental science underlying many of NOAA's service line offices. Programs select, fund, and manage high-priority competitive research and work closely with NOAA's labs and broader environmental science community to advance understanding of the Earth's system. Laboratories are located across the country and around the world, representing the front line of NOAA's science enterprise. They conduct targeted research, often independently or with direct sponsorship from OAR programs. Highlighted in red are the primary, albeit not exclusive, entities within NOAA OAR engaged in carbon cycle science. In the next series of slides, I will provide a very brief review of these entities along with some recent updates where applicable. NOAA's Global Ocean Monitoring and Observing Program works to provide high-quality global ocean observations and research to improve our scientific understanding about the ocean's role in environmental change. GOMO's Global Ocean Carbon Network provides long-term observations of carbon from the sea surface to the ocean interior across a broad range of time and space scales. The network includes surface PCO2 flux measurements from ships of opportunity, moorings, and interior ocean measurements obtained by the International Go Ship Repeat Hydrography Program. Recently, as a result of GOMO investment, a revolutionary new optical oxygen sensor was deployed in the tropical Pacific. This advanced sensor will allow in-air oxygen calibration. Also, for those interested, please be advised that GOMO-sponsored Go Ship A13.5, which was scheduled for this year, has been delayed due to COVID complications and instead will be executed in the year 2022. NOAA's Ocean Acidification Program coordinates research and observing responsive to the agency requirements under the Federal Ocean Acidification Research and Monitoring Act. OAP sponsors the NOAA OA Observing Network, led by the Pacific Marine Environmental Laboratory in Seattle, Washington. The NOAA provides a domestic complement to the Global Ocean Carbon Network, but with enhanced OA-specific capabilities. Deployment throughout selected U.S. coastal large marine ecosystems, the time series are configured to meet regional stakeholder requirements related to OA impacts to NOAA-managed living marine resources. In addition, the OAP sponsors quadrennial biogeochemical surveys throughout much of the U.S. EEZ, which aspire to meet Go Ship quality standards. This year, OAP will be sponsoring two such cruises, the West Coast Ocean Acidification Survey along the California Current Ecosystem, and the Gulf of Mexico Ecosystem and Carbon Cruise along the coastal margins of the Gulf of Mexico. The OAP has also advanced a number of carbon-relevant federal funding opportunities in recent years, including the Regional Ocean Acidification Observing Optimization Call in 2019. Emerging congressional requirements will likely drive additional calls of this nature in coming years, provided they will serve to inform future OA observing system prioritization. Finally, if you're interested in learning more about NOAA's future directions regarding ocean acidification, I urge you to consult the Coastal Ocean and Great Lakes Acidification Plan. Housed within NOAA's Climate Program Office, the Atmospheric Chemistry, Carbon Cycle, and Climate, or AC4 program, provides competitive grant opportunities to advance understanding of processes governing atmospheric concentrations of greenhouse gases. Recent AC4 carbon-relevant activities have included the funding of projects to make targeted urban area measurements, including in Salt Lake City, San Francisco, New York, Missoula, and Boston. A major focus of NOAA's Global Monitoring Laboratory is on atmospheric measurements of greenhouse gases both globally and domestically, including maintaining a whole array of tower and aircraft measurements focused solely on North America in support of NACP. There are three important recent highlights with regards to the improvements of this network. The addition of carbon-14 measurements on their carbon tracker data assimilation system, which now enables a national estimate of fossil fuel CO2 emissions distinct from natural sinks and sources. The second is the development of a new glider-based retrieval system for balloon-borne total atmospheric GHG profiles. This will provide for profiles extending from 90,000 feet, representing 98% of the atmospheric column. Recent GML investments have provided for the instrumenting of commercial aircraft operating in the tropics, which will enable the closing of major gaps prevalent in the tropics due to persistent cloud cover impacts to standard methods using in situ or satellite measures. In addition to observational science, NOAA OAR also houses the Geophysical Fluid Dynamics Laboratory, who is focused on advancing the modeling of processes governing the behavior of global atmosphere, oceans, land, and ice components, and their interactions with the ecosystem. An important recent development has been modifications to the ESM4, which now provides for increased terrestrial and oceanic biosphere interactivity. ESM4 will include important processes affecting atmospheric composition, including carbon and dust cycling. This better allows the model to better capture the variability in air composition and air quality predictions on seasonal to multi-decadal timescales, which will provide for a better understanding of Earth's system feedback under a changing climate, as well as changing human behavior. Thanks very much, and we look forward to continuing to support carbon cycle science at NOAA OAR in the coming years, and to continue working closely with the NACP community.
Good day, and thank you for participating in the NACP Open Science meeting. In the next 6 minutes, we'll provide a brief overview of the NASA Carbon Cycle and Ecosystem Focus Area, or CCNE, within NASA's Earth Science Division. The contact information for each relevant program scientist is on these slides, so please feel free to reach out with any questions. The CCNE focus area aims at quantifying and understanding biogeochemical, biological, ecological, and biodiversity aspects of the Earth system. It is within the Research and Analysis program of NASA's Earth Science Division, which, as the name suggests, focused on research using the measurements collected by satellites and airborne missions to produce science. CCNE is one of 6 focus areas, which are areas that are comprised of smaller programs that are science-specific. There are other areas within Earth Science Division that also address carbon as a topic, such as the Atmospheric Composition Focus Area. The CCNE focus area is comprised of 3 programs relevant to this community: the Land Cover Land Use Change Program, the Terrestrial Ecology Program, and the Ocean Biology and Biogeochemistry Program. The Land Cover Land Use Change Program is a unique research program that focuses solely on the role of land use in global and climate change research. Land use change is widespread, and the focus of the program on pressing regional issues associated with land use and change gives it a global reach. The program is particularly encouraging of strong connections between the U.S. and international land use scientists that can provide regional expertise and in-depth understanding of land use change in any given area. NASA's Terrestrial Ecology Program focuses on land-based ecosystems and supports research to improve understanding of the structure and function of global terrestrial ecosystems, their interactions with the atmosphere and hydrosphere, and their role in the cycling of the major biogeochemical elements, including carbon and water. It addresses questions such as how do ecosystems, land cover, and biogeochemical cycles respond to and affect global environmental change, and how will carbon dynamics and terrestrial ecosystem change in the future. These questions, much like in all other NASA programs, including land use change and ocean biology and biogeochemistry, are addressed using and developing the next generation of airborne and satellite sensors, and developing applications and interacting with stakeholders so that science results can be used to obtain social and societal benefits. NASA's Ocean Biology and Biogeochemistry program focuses on describing, understanding, and predicting the biological, ecological, and biogeochemical regimes of the upper ocean, as determined by observations of aquatic optical properties using remote sensing data, which includes those from space, aircraft, and other suborbital platforms. It also includes research that focuses on understanding and quantifying the global and regional spatial and temporal variability of ocean biology and ecology, how it's changing through time, and those drivers. And of course, understanding and quantifying the impacts and feedbacks of the Earth's processes on ocean biogeochemistry, including carbon sources and sinks. It also includes improving our future climate predictions on ocean biology, biogeochemistry, and ecosystem states. In addition to the specific research that each program carries out, there are several activities that the programs run together with the goal of reaching a more integrated and comprehensive understanding of our Earth system. One such activity is the Carbon Monitoring Program, which is a forward-looking initiative designed to make significant contributions in characterizing, quantifying, understanding, and predicting the evolution of global carbon sources and sinks through improved monitoring of these carbon stocks and fluxes by harnessing the unique capabilities of satellite observations, modeling, and of course, our investigator community. Other areas of research, such as the carbon cycle science, also build up from synergies across programs to better understand the integrated Earth system and how carbon cycles through it. NASA funding opportunities, including those for the CCNE focus area, are available through the annual ROSA solicitation. ROSA stands for Research Opportunities in Space and Earth Sciences, and it is an omnibus solicitation which includes all the research that the Science Mission Directorate is soliciting for in a particular year. Please check out the links on this slide to learn more about the type of science that we are soliciting this year. And if you don't find anything that interests you for this year, please keep an eye out for future program solicitations. There are several programs that are not solicited annually, such as the Carbon Cycle Science, which is solicited every 3 years. As a reminder, all NASA data is open and freely available from a variety of sources and data portals. And there are also a variety of remote sensing training programs that NASA offers, which are also freely available to the community. One example is the RSET program, for which you have a link here on this slide. We encourage you to please check out all this information. Thank you for your attention, and please enjoy the rest of the meeting.
Good afternoon. My name is James Whetstone, and I'm going to give you an overview this afternoon of NIST Greenhouse Gas Measurements Program and a little bit of information about NIST. NIST is the National Metrology Institution of the United States. We're a non-regulatory agency of the Department of Commerce that seeks to develop unbiased, state-of-the-art measurement science and standards that will advance the nation's technology infrastructure. This is a broad range of scientific activities that range from the bioeconomy to quantum science, a number of information technology areas, and of course, quantification of urban greenhouse gas emissions. Our measurement program seeks to improve the accuracy of greenhouse gas emissions measurement tools. These tools then can allow decision makers to chart progress toward reduction goals and toward reduction targets overall. The program components are 3. The main component that we're going to talk about today is in the measurement tools and standards and reference data area, although we also develop satellite calibration and carbonaceous aerosol measurements and standards. Its objective is to improve the accuracy of urban greenhouse gas measurements. We have targets of less than 5% for all the methods involved that include really the 2 main methods of emissions modeling and atmospheric observation and analyses. The testbed system itself is located in 3 cities and regions across the countries, and we collaborate strongly with several universities and other federal agency partners in this research. This gives you a timeline of the testbed system, shows you where it is. What we're trying to do is to develop these comparative experiments in order to understand how these tools operate. Here we have some of the PIs shown that make this system work, along with our own staff. We just could not do this work without the fine efforts of these folks and the people that work closely with them. So with that, I'll end, and thank you for your attention. I'd suggest that you listen to Anna Carrion's presentation later in the program, It's entitled Advances in Urban Greenhouse Gas Inversion Research in the United States. Thanks for your attention.
Good afternoon. My name is Heather Troop. I'm a program director from the National Science Foundation's Directorate for Biological Sciences. The National Science Foundation supports basic scientific research and research fundamental to the engineering process, science and engineering education, and programs that provide information for policy formulation. We support a wide range of carbon cycle-related research throughout our core programs and special programs in the Foundation. I'd like to give you a few updates on our carbon cycle relevant programs with an emphasis on the Biodirectorate. Carbon cycle research within the Biodirectorate is concentrated in a few programs. At the organismal level, the Integrative and Organismal Systems program supports understanding of organisms as integrated units of biological organization. This program supports research on carbon cycle relevant work, such as mechanistic controls over photosynthesis. At the organismal to biosphere scales, the Division of Environmental Biology supports carbon cycle research. And much of this larger carbon cycle work is concentrated in the Ecosystem Science Core program. This is one of the 4 core programs of the Division of Environmental Biology. This program funds research that asks fundamental questions about ecosystem structure and function across a diversity of spatial and temporal scales. In addition, we have several current special programs that support carbon cycle relevant work. Of particular importance, we're pleased to highlight that the National Ecological Observatory Network, or NEON, is now fully operational at sites geographically distributed throughout the U.S. This program is poised to enhance regional to continental scale research and make data available to individuals and teams. In addition, we now support the Macrosystems Biology and NEON-enabled science program that funds research that uses NEON data or infrastructure. Particularly relevant to the MSB program is research addressing scaling theory and scaling from local to regional or continental levels. In addition to the Biology Directorate, we encourage you to explore other NSF programs that support carbon cycle science. These include the Directorate for Geosciences, which supports earth sciences, oceanography, polar programs, and atmospheric sciences. The Directorate for Engineering, which supports environmental engineering and environmental sustainability. And the Directorate for Social, Behavioral, and Economic Sciences, which supports geography and spatial sciences, as well as behavioral and cognition sciences. Thanks very much. We look forward to opportunities to support carbon cycle research at NSF.
Hi, everyone. My name is Julian. I'm with the U.S. Geological Survey. I'm here to update you on our agency's status of carbon cycle research. So USGS is an active member of the North America Carbon Program community, and we have been conducting carbon cycle research and collaborating with the scientists from universities and federal labs for many years. We are a small federal agency, but I believe we have unique contributions to make. For example, effects of land use change, aquatic carbon cycle, wetland carbon and management, and geological carbon sequestration. As noted on the slide, research on carbon cycle science in USGS is spread in different divisions funded by a variety of programs. Here I list a few programs. Land use science, which funds carbon implications of land use change, land modeling, wildfire GHG emissions, permafrost thaw, and federal lands carbon sequestration. Climate R&D program, which supports interdisciplinary research and modeling to assess the sustainability of carbon storage in vegetation, soils, and waters affected by climate change, disturbances, and management of natural resources. Geologic sequestration, which conducts nationwide research and assessments related to CO2 sequestration in underground reservoirs. Also works to identify natural geological sources of greenhouse gases. Those sources including things like CO2-rich springs, methane seeps, mud volcanoes, and geothermal volcanic sources. So this could constitute research interests in understanding of where emissions come from. Land Carbon Program. This is a program that was zeroed out for budget since 2020. If revived, it will continue to focus on national biological carbon sequestration research and assessment. CASC, which stands for Climate Adaptation Science Centers, is a network of centers that conducts research on climate adaptation of natural resources and their management. The network does have some external funding and is highly relevant to carbon cycle science. So as I said, USGS has limited capabilities in external funding, but that does not mean we do not fund external partners. We are actually authorized to seek collaborations that fit USGS and Department of the Interior science missions. Therefore, those would be opportunities for the NACP community. Thank you for your attention. Best wishes for a successful conference.
Hello, everyone. My name is Gami Shrestha. I'm the director of the U.S. Carbon Cycle Science Program Office. We now welcome you to the next organized session of this meeting. I am co-chairing this session with Dr. Tianming Zhao from the University of Oklahoma. The name of the session is Stakeholder Engagement. Stakeholder engagement in carbon cycle science often results in broader societally relevant research outcomes and longer-term impacts. This session focuses on such research in carbon cycle science across North America, highlighting not only the successes, but also the challenges, gaps, needs, and future opportunities. The session and the panel will connect to the separate brainstorming and networking stakeholder and practitioner events later. With this, let's start the session, and we'll take questions at the end. Thank you.
My name is Kevin Gurney, and I'm going to be providing an update on bottom-up CO2 emissions estimation, comparisons, and lessons learned. The growing list of emission inventories can be categorized in a list like this. I've put 3 different spatial scales inside this blue box: global, national, and urban. These are unique just because these are the list of inventories that are spatially explicit, important for linking up to atmospheric measurements. But outside of those spatially explicit box are a collection of nation-state energy accounts or emission estimates. These are often, though not always, used to create some of the inventories inside the blue box, those that are spatially explicit. Also outside the blue box are a variety of bottom-up urban inventories that are not spatially explicit. They include self-reported inventories built by cities themselves, collectives of those inventories put together by a variety of organizations, and then a pretty large list of individual or collective case studies in the academic literature. Now, in addition to this list are some very recent attempts at building near real-time inventories. These are not spatially explicit, but there are 2 or 3 that have now been published. Here are some examples at the global scale of these emission inventories. This is the Fossil Fuel Data Assimilation System. This is EDGAR, recently updated. And finally, this is CDAC and ODIAC. Not an exhaustive list, but some examples. And most of these global scale data products are now hybrids of elements of remote sensing and ground-based data to come up with these global scale gridded style estimates. At the national scale, many different inventory products have been built. This is an example in Poland, an example in the entire EU, China, the northeastern United States, the full United States from a consumption point of view, the full United States in the Vulcan Project, a production or geographic emissions point of view. And then individual sectors have been tackled as well. This is from the on-road DART inventory. This is a household energy CO2 emissions inventory for the US. And finally, an inventory spatially explicit of power plants in India. At the urban scale, there's a variety of examples as well. This is probably the first study of a spatially explicit urban inventory in the city of Toronto by Van de Weg and Kennedy. There's lots of work ongoing with Google Environment Insights Explorer, doing a variety of cities across the world. Work in Boston from Lucy Hutaira's group. Further work in China, a number of cities have now attempted spatially explicit inventories. Work in South Asia and Japan, Bangkok and Tokyo. The Hestia project, which has done a few cities in the United States. This is an example from India. And then finally, here are a couple of those real-time examples. The upper right is very recent work by Liu showing the impact of the COVID lockdown at various countries across the world. Corinne Le Carré has also done similar work and published. And then there's a new study about to be published from my group using purely fuel statistic data to derive a weekly estimate for the US domain in near real time. Now, there have been a variety of intercomparisons that have been done between many of the data products I just described, and not necessarily all at an individual, let's say, domain scale. There's been comparisons between the global data products and some of the national, some of the global and national with urban, and so on and so forth. This work has really only occurred in the last 2 to 3 years, and so there's not a lot of conclusions to draw thus far, since it hasn't really been fully comprehensive, but it's just been individual studies comparing 1, 2, or 3 different data products to better understand their strengths, their weaknesses, and how they stack up against one another numerically. One of the difficulties is trying to find statistical metrics that can fairly compare these inventories, since emissions tend to be highly logarithmic, and that creates some difficulties in trying to systematically compare these data products. But some examples here of Vulcan and Odiak, Vulcan and Dart in the on-road second, Vulcan and ACES in the northeastern United States. Here are 4 different global inventories that were compared, 3 global with 1 national inventory. Probably some of the highline messages out of these, there's lots of agreement at scales greater than about 100 by 100 kilometers, but larger discrepancies emerge at smaller scales. And it's really at those scales that a lot of the policy relevance of these data products really comes about. So this is an important area that needs a lot more systematic and now, another important element of intercomparison is comparing these bottom-up data products to atmospheric measurements. And I only know of 2 studies that have been completed thus far. The first by Suresh Basu in the United States, comparing radioisotope CO2 inversion to Vulcan estimates in the US. And then a second at the urban scale, comparing the Hestia bottom-up emissions estimation to the top-down influx experiment in that city. And it's clear, I think, from these studies that there may be emerging a prototype information system that integrates both the atmospheric perspective and bottom-up perspective, both of which provide interesting and important attributes to a system. Finally, there's been some comparison between these systematic, let's say academically driven studies and self-reported inventories. This is a recent example that was published showing that across 48 cities, it appears the self-reported inventories have a systematic underestimation, but also tremendous amounts of scatter when comparing those individual cities. And finally, an important lesson that comes out of a lot of this work is that Scope 1, the type of inventory that we focused on thus far, because it can be connected to atmospheric measurements, may not always be the only policy relevant element, but that Scope 2 or Scope 3, which looks at emissions from more of a consumption perspective, are equally important. And for those Scope 2 and Scope 3, we will have to come up with different independent verification techniques, since we really can't use the atmosphere for those 2 scopes. Thank you.
My name is Dennis Gilfillan, and I work at the Research Institute for Environment, Energy, and Economics at Appalachian State University. And I'm going to talk to you today about differences in anthropogenic CO2 emission estimates in the United States, focusing primarily on differences between top-down statistical inventories. So there are 4 major energy statistics databases that are used to generate 5 different global inventories of CO2 emissions. 2 of these have common questionnaires, the International Energy Agency and the UN Energy Statistics Office. Us with CDAC-FF use the UN Energy Statistics to estimate fossil fuels annually. We're typically about a 2 to 3 year lag time behind due to the compilation of data from member nations, some quality control, quality assurance types of things. But using those energy statistics, some estimates of fuel chemistry, and some assumptions about oxidation of fossil fuels, we can generate estimates of CO2 from fossil fuel combustion. Now, we also use USGS data to estimate cement emissions. And when it is available, we incorporate either clinker production data directly, usually from Annex 1 nations, or clinker to cement ratios at a regional level if that clinker production data is not available. So we estimate for fuel type, we estimate for cement production, and we also estimate for natural gas flaring, because that is another energy database code within the UN energy statistics. Now, there are official estimates that are generated from the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, but we are focusing mainly on the independent estimates, the 5 top ones there. Now, there are a host of other secondary products. The 2 primary ones that are of interest to us is ODIAC. We provide the country level data for his distribution of emissions across the globe. And we also are the sort of legacy data set for the Global Carbon Project. They do adjust estimates for a host of other nations, or a host of multiple nations, but for the most part, those estimates are generated from CDAC-FF. This top graphic I've adapted from Robbie Andrews' comparison of global emissions inventories, and it's just to give you an idea of sort of the similarities and differences among the different global CO2 emissions inventories. One thing that comes to mind with CDAC is, why do we not use IPCC emissions factors? The first time that we estimated emissions was actually before the IPCC even was in existence, and so we have retained most of those coefficients and assumptions about emissions factors from those original data products as sort of a consistency element. We are not sectorial data, but we are in the works of exploring the feasibility of using UN energy statistics to develop emissions data on various activity sectors. The box and whisker plot is looking at comparisons between the 4 other emissions inventories and CDAC-FF. And 0%, the line is going to be difference from CDAC. And as you can see, and this is just for a host of different countries and inventory years, generally we are within 10% for most countries. And the tightest of these countries that we selected, the least amount of uncertainty or differences, is from the United States. Looking over time, giving sort of expanding on those selected years and looking at a whole scope of years here. Here are the 5 data sets and the trends over time. Now, even with the differences in assumptions and emissions factors and inclusion of different fuel types or other industrial processes, each of these years was within 5% of the mean value of these combined. And that's very impressive, even to think with the differences of assumptions and boundary conditions that go into these data products. There's also some highly detailed US data from Vulcan, which you heard previously about, and we decided to do a little bit of a comparison with Vulcan. And these are two different types of products. One is a bottom-up, one is a top-down. But as you see here, the black line is Vulcan's mean value, or median value, excuse me, and the gray lines are the upper and lower confidence intervals of that estimate. And as you see, each one of those global inventories, those primary data products, are within the uncertainty ranges of Vulcan. So it's kind of one of the first exercises in being able to see that both of those methods sort of are within the range of each other. I'm happy to talk further, and if you have any questions, let me know.
Hi, so today I'm going to summarize a study conducted on NASA's carbon monitoring system and the Arctic Boreal Vulnerability Experiment on its ability to create a social network and community of practice. My co-authors on this paper were Matthew Cooper, who was at the University of Maryland at the time, and Peter Griffith, who is at Science Systems and Applications. So what is a community of practice? A community of practice is one that shares a commitment to a specific domain of interest, one that focuses on a topical area, and that topical area should evolve, allowing for learning and to increase competence and define success across a wide variety of aspects. And then a practice which the community conducts, which allows for similar goals, shared repertoire of methods, vocabulary, and resources. So we did this study on 521, the full text of 521 self-reported, peer-reviewed research papers, 319 from the carbon monitoring system and 202 from above, since above is quite a bit younger than the carbon monitoring system. And the papers were evaluated or analyzed using a correlated topic model, which allows for identification of groups of words that occur together across all the documents. The cool thing about this approach is that there's limited human involvement, in that it's not Molly who thinks that climate and change should be together, but that they fell out of the papers during the analysis. We removed common words such as the, that, and all the numbers and punctuation. We also removed words that occurred in fewer than 10% or more than 80% of the documents, such as science, can, also, model, estimate, etc. And there were also bigrams, so climate and change were modeled individually, but also those, when they occur together, they would be reported as climate change together. So the data allowed us for determining the three elements of a community practice: the domain, the practice, and the community connections. So here are results on the domain, and what we can see from this figure is that each little box has the top three most common words within a cluster, which is defined in the model as being commonly occurring together. So, for example, fire, boreal, and boreal forest would appear together in many papers, or emissions, methane, and gas. And we also colorized these boxes according to whether or not they most commonly occurred in CMS papers or above papers. And what you can see here is that there are no boxes which stand alone, and that there is a continuum of topics from the blue boxes, where you can see, topic, loss, and log, which is obviously not very relevant for above, and permafrost, snow, and ice, which is very relevant for above. Secondly, we looked at practice connections. Our results demonstrated that above CMS programs have a broad shared repertoire of interests, experience, tools, and ways of addressing problems. So, for example, atmospheric physics, phenology, soil and agriculture, statistical methods, and that these were very consistent across time. None of them fell off. They were used more often throughout the time period when the research had been published. And finally, community connections. Both programs hold periodic science team meetings, and they work together to address such issues as how to communicate uncertainty within models to stakeholder organizations. Here you can see a remarkable consistency of funding of institutions through time, as well as a great deal of institutions which are funded only periodically. And so this shows that community is very important and that there's significant learning between the authors and amongst the authors. So to conclude, this study showed that the support and engagement provided by NASA through funding, through website building, organizing meetings, and providing stakeholder engagement has engendered a vibrant and active social network and community practice across both programs. And within our study, we found significantly not only repeat authorship, but also communities of authors who work together across multiple funded proposals. In addition, to build its community practice, the NACP really needs to focus on coherence in its research topics, focusing observations, assessment, integration, process, and predictions across multiple domains, fostering community through vibrant meetings and engaged memberships. And I really would recommend, for example, in the carbon monitoring system, they have active groups which are focused on particular activities or particular working themes such as biomass or uncertainty, and those really build communities and connections around those particular topics, allowing for enhanced connections and methodological and practice engage across its membership. So the NACP implementation plan is a specific roadmap which will help ensure success and to coalesce the membership around these particular areas and really enhance not only what the nation can get out of the NACP research, but also what the members can get out of the organization. Thank you.
Hi, my name is John Kim. I am with the U.S. Forest Service Pacific Northwest Research Station. I'll be talking about co-producing climate change vulnerability assessments with stakeholders across Western U.S. national forests. The Forest Service manages 193 million acres of national forests and grasslands in the United States. Climate change is occurring across the U.S., and much of the landscape is projected to depart from their historical climate conditions by the mid-century. The U.S. Forest Service Adaptation Partners is a science management partnership supported by the Forest Service, and it facilitates climate change adaptation by forming collaborations between diverse organizations and stakeholders. One key activity of the partnership is to conduct sub-regional climate change vulnerability assessments as a basis for development of adaptation strategies. The Forest Service itself is divided into 3 deputy areas: national forests, state and private forestry, and research and development. So even within the Forest Service, it's critical that we start with a solid science management partnership and that all parties
are on the same page in terms of objectives, timeline, and outcomes. The main steps of this partnership are education, and then vulnerability assessment, adaptation planning, and implementation of those plans. Partners include various federal government agencies, universities, and NGOs. I also want to highlight the participation by Cow Creek Band of Umpqua Tribe and the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs in Oregon. We interact with all the partners through informal communication, email, and probably most importantly through workshops. And then there is the report writing process where all the partners are involved in providing feedback and in writing revisions. One example of this sub-regional partnership is the South Central Oregon Adaptation Partnership. We had participation from various national forests, the Pacific Northwest Research Station, and Crater Lake National Park, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the USGS, University of Washington, and Oregon State University. One component that I want to mention was the one that I led, which was the application of the MC2 Dynamic Global Vegetation Model. It was calibrated to the region, and its simulations of vegetation response to climate change from the recent past to year 2100 were provided to each of the projects occurring in the region. MC2 outputs future projections of vegetation types, fire regimes, and carbon stocks. A key activity of the partnership is to discuss and synthesize the current scientific knowledge. Carbon science actually comes up in many ways, including discussions on carbon sequestration as an ecosystem service, wildfire and its effects, and when discussing MC2 models' future projections. All the discussions are summarized and grouped into synthesis that is grouped by vegetation groups that occur within the study area. Each of the partnership projects has a website which outlines the objectives, the approach, partners, and timeline of the project. Some of the projects have interactive websites, such as storyline websites that are GIS-based. And of course, we write lots of reports, including GTRs, which are General Technical Reports published by the Forest Service. We write journal papers and book chapters. Our work collectively has covered over 50 national forests and over 30 national parks. We've conducted 33 workshops across the Western US and have involved over 100 research scientists and 1,400 resource managers. Some of the key lessons we've learned are to engage leadership, develop a sense of commitment and trust, communicate well and often, negotiate a realistic schedule, choose our battles wisely, and to focus on sustainable resource management. We had many challenges and identified some opportunities for improvement. Probably the biggest challenge was what people call the fire hose effect, where you feel like you're trying to drink from a fire hose. There was just too much information to absorb in the given time. And many of the participants had limited capacity to participate because there were other competing priorities in their agencies and organizations. In terms of opportunities, we feel we have taken a good step synthesizing carbon science, but there's a lot more that can be done. And also, we had some engagement with Native American tribes, but we believe there can be better engagement with them.
Greetings again. I'd like to thank all of our panelists for this outstanding series of talks. Now is the time for this audience to ask questions. You may all submit your questions via slido.com, slido.com/NACP. The link is on the YouTube video that you're watching right now. So slido.com/NACP. While we're waiting for your questions, I would like to ask each of the panelists to briefly introduce themselves. Let's start with Kevin Gurney.
Hi, my name is Kevin Gurney. I'm a professor at Northern Arizona University. I work on the global carbon cycle with particular emphasis on quantification of anthropogenic CO2 emissions in fine space and time detail.
Thanks, Kevin. Next, let's have a brief introduction from Molly Brown.
Hi, I'm Molly Brown, University of Maryland, College Park, and I am an applied scientist, and I've been working with NACP and carbon monitoring system and above to evaluate how they engage with their stakeholders.
Thanks, Molly. Next, let's hear from Dennis Gilfillan. Dennis, you're muted.
All right, there we go. I'm Dennis Gilfillan. I'm a postdoctoral research scholar at Appalachian State University. My focus is in fossil CO2 inventories, specifically at the global scale.
Thanks, Dennis. Next, John Kim.
Hi, my name is John Kim. I am a research scientist with the U.S. Department of Agriculture Forest Service at the Pacific Northwest Research Station. And I focus on doing vegetation modeling in the context of climate change.
Nice to see all of you. And thank you so much for being part of this panel. So again, for the audience, if you have a question for the panelists, please go to slido.com/NACP. All right, let's go with the first question. A question for Kevin. Do you have ideas about how to conduct verification for Scope 2 and Scope 3?
Good question. Well, I mean, the first thing we have to do is an independent means rather than just sort of the usual recasting of the same data. Now for Scope 2, there probably are a couple independent ways to do that. You know, utility billing as opposed to some sort of production-based approach, which might be so for example, a lot of the Scope 2 work that's being done is done from the generation side, right? It quantifies the amount of generation and then attempts to allocate that to the consumption end. You could start at the consumption end with utility billing records, maybe aggregated to avoid some of the privacy challenges. So at least that's an independent secondary means of testing. Scope 3 is a lot harder, and I confess I'm no expert at this, but in Scope 3, there's a couple of ways that has been approached. One is, using economic data on the sale of goods and services into specific geographic domains. So again, you might be able to do it from the sort of consumptive end through maybe, sales receipts or surveys of individuals consuming goods and services. But there's no, obviously there's no atmospheric means, which is the way we do it with Scope 1 and is an excellent means to do so. But I do think, at least for scope 2 and scope 3, we can find independent means to verify, even though they will all still contain probably a lot more uncertainty than we would like.
Okay. Thanks, Kevin. So the next question is for Molly. How can NACP balance both deepening focus, coherence on research topics, while also recognizing or doing more transdisciplinary research?
Right. So I am really interested in engaging with the diverse stakeholder community. So, for example, Kevin's his answer just now for scope 2 and scope 3. In order to do that, NACP needs to engage with the people who have those consumption data sets. To do that, we need to have open and transparent sort of incentives to get the banks and the communities. You can imagine the US government can encourage, right, the credit card companies to share consumption data, aggregated, yes. One really interesting statistic, for example, is the entire NASA record from satellite data from 1960 to the present is less in size than 1 day of eBay receipts. There is just a giant amount of data out there, which we could use if we were to form partnerships and to communicate that we're all in this together. And so we really need to engage the financial community, the commercial community, the private sector, as well as all the government actors, not to mention, you know, the whole, the rest of the world.
Thanks, Molly.
Can I additionally comment on that? As I don't know how much of a discussion we're having versus Q&A, but Molly hits on a really important point that I think really bears some further emphasis, which is that, you know, there is a lot of data out there that we don't have access to. And let me just give you an example that I think is something we have to break through on. A lot of the utility billing style data is you know, has a privacy barrier for understandable reasons. You know, people don't want to give up their personal individual household energy bills, but it certainly can be done in the aggregate. And a lot of this data is already digitized. A lot of the utilities have it. There should be, I mean, I talk to my friends that do epidemiological work. They have access to a tremendous amount of data, and they just simply cleanse those records of personal information, et cetera, but they're able to do a tremendous amount of research. We should have access to the same type of energy type of information, and I really don't see a lot of barriers to it other than we just haven't mounted the effort within the United States to do it.
And globally, don't forget, Kevin, what
Absolutely.
China does and what India does really matters, right? So, but everybody is using financial institutions that we can leverage.
Well, for this particular question, I'd love to hear from the other panelists if you have some thoughts on this. Excellent points, by the way. Maybe John, from the Forest Service perspective?
I'm afraid I can't comment at this point.
Okay. Well,
I'm right there with Kevin and Molly. I think there's a lot of potential avenues of big data access that could really help sort of the scope 3 and scope 2 sort of looking at it at the global scale. It's just we really need coordinated efforts and sort of a focused attention on it. It's just a challenging endeavor at all fronts, but I'm in agreement with them.
I agree. Thank you. Next, we have a question for Dennis. If the various models get within 5% of each other, despite different assumptions about fuels, etc., do we need to worry about further refining?
Yes, I think revisions are important. I think refining those estimates are great because it gets, even though they're 5% of the mean, reducing that helps other downstream products and downstream modeling exercises, such as different flux inversion estimates and whatnot. So even though they're within 5% of each other, I think there still is room for improvement as far as emissions factors and coordination among the different organizations that develop international CO2 emissions estimates.
Thank you, Dennis. Again, for the audience, please submit your questions via slido.com/NACP. We're anxiously waiting, and we only have a few minutes left. So, yeah, we have lots of questions.
And it's worth pointing out that 5% of some countries is the total magnitude of other countries, right? It's worth remembering that. The distribution is so log normal that 5% of a big country is a lot of emissions.
Thank you. Dennis, did you want to add something?
No, he hits the nail on the head there. A 5% of China or the United States is very different from a 5% of Ecuador.
Okay. Next, a question for both Molly and John. How can we engage individual citizens and researchers in data collection, verification, and co-production of knowledge?
I'll take a whack at that. But speaking, from my experience being involved in U.S. Forest Service-led effort, we as a group engaged in this effort have found that I think a lot of interpersonal networking is very important because people have certain momentum in how they think about things and how they do what they already do. So I guess that's talking more about people that are involved in NGOs or local governments. As for individual citizens, I guess I have probably a little bit less to say about that because my work has been more involved with agencies and such. But I do have I do think that an approach that is more sympathetic towards where individual citizens stand, their own perspectives, rather than coming at it from an agency's perspective, could be helpful because, we as scientists, we tend to think kind of top-down, structured, and we bring our own work biases into, how we've been enculturated in our work to do things, and that may not always work from a citizen's perspective. So, yeah. So one of the lessons from our work has been to network with people and to choose your battles, not fight every battle, but to be more sympathetic towards where individual workers are coming from.
So, yeah, and for regarding co-production of knowledge, it's about bringing in diverse voices from the very beginning when you're designing a study, right? And I guess from in the paper that I presented earlier in this session, what we found was that there's a really clear co-generation of knowledge. So, what Dennis does in his models and his approaches and his methods, you learn about them early on in your research, and then you're like, wow, maybe I should use that. So bringing everyone together, learning together, engaging, forming relationships, and really, I think that really not going to these meetings and engaging with your colleagues and engaging with the stakeholders is the only way to change where the outcome is going to go. And to go back to that previous, I guess what I would say is that we all need to make an effort to talk with our neighbors, to talk with our legislatures. We need to reach out and say climate is so important. We have to take risks. We have to change what we're doing. We have to really interrogate where we're going. and to take responsibility and not just to blame it on the experts, right? This anti-expert sentiment is going to really get us in the end if we don't start paying attention to it.
Well, thank you. Again, if anybody has a question, go to slido.com/NACP. We only have a couple of minutes left. At the end, I would like to ask each panelist to maybe say a few final closing comments. And also, I have one question. Since this is a North American Carbon Program Open Science Meeting, and the panelists, we talked about opening data, improving the access to data, so on and so forth. Please embed some of those thoughts in your closing comments. And one more thing. As we all know, the national climate assessments of different countries have often been promoted as being a good metric of stakeholder interest in climate change sciences. Could you say a bit about your own thoughts about carbon cycle sciences and stakeholder engagement in such assessments for different nations in North America? So one request and a few more than one question in those requests. Let's start with Kevin then.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be really succinct. I think that as we move forward, I mean, one of the things I tried to paint out in my presentation was that science has been developing these bottom-up estimation techniques, and they've really, really advanced in the last 20 years. And I think that, but yet we remain still in some ways starved for data. And data is still the hardest piece of this puzzle. I talked about comparison to city inventories that they've developed themselves. And while that comes off as a criticism, in many ways, it's done in sympathy to the challenges that cities face in trying to do this problem. And it isn't in the protocols or the recipe books, it's in the data. That remains the toughest part of the problem. It's where all the sort of mistakes can occur. We talked about data availability, and I still think we have a tremendously long way to go. I just think that the reason the bottom-up world of data has been so much more challenging than, for example, launching a satellite or measuring the atmosphere, things that we in the scientific community are very good at, is that it comes up against a lot of kind of legal, social norms that we just have to work our way through. And I think now more than ever that possibility, it's very possible in that everybody's becoming much more comfortable with the fact that you go onto Google Earth or Google Maps, you see your house, you see traffic, you see basically your world revealed. And I don't see any reason why we can't start to penetrate a lot of that data to solve some of the challenges we have in building up better estimations, because in the end, better estimations is better for everyone, I think is more efficient, saves money, lots of good stuff. So I think that for me, that's one of the challenges, I think, moving forward on the anthropogenic part of the problem, is breaking down some of these data barriers that are out there.
Thanks, Kevin. Next, Molly, and shorter closing comments, please. I've been asked to wrap up.
Wrap up, right?
Yeah.
So I agree that I think that it's very important to do the science. We need to really do a good job with the science and the reporting and gathering up these top-down estimates. But unless we do extensive outreach and engagement, we will never have the right kind of information we need to make decisions. So it all comes down to who's in the room, making sure those people are the ones who can decide and change the outcome of our, our carbon future.
Thanks, Molly. Dennis?
I'll just make a quick comment that I think the co-production of knowledge and sort of collaboration is sort of a key to us moving forward. I think it's really cool that Kevin and I are in the same sort of room together right now, because we produce CO2 estimates in a very different way. And I think there's some great learning exercises that can come from sort of merging the top down to bottom up perspectives. So I think that co-production of knowledge is so key for us to moving forward.
Thanks, Dennis. John?
I would say that because climate change and carbon dynamics happen across the landscape and globally, that our response has to also cross boundaries, across agency boundaries, and across political boundaries, and reach out to everybody who is and will be affected.
Thank you, John. So with this, I'd like to thank each of our panelists and Dr. Jamin Tao, co-chair of this session, and all the audience for joining us. And I believe we have a short break following this, so we'll be back soon.
Yes, to say that since we are running about 10 minutes behind schedule, but I think that we're still going to maintain a 10-minute break so that we can give all of the support staff the time that they need to keep things going. So we will reconvene at 3 o'clock.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to NAACP Open Science Meeting. We'll start the diagnosis and attribution of North America carbon cycle session. A quick overview of this session is focused mostly on model observation, fusion of model and observation to get new insights on diagnosing the carbon cycle and quantifying natural and anthropogenic drivers behind North America carbon dynamics. We have very interesting talks here, and I know you're going to enjoy it. So at the end, we'll have the Slido, and any questions you have for the presenters, you can ask them toward the end of this session.
Hello, I'm Forrest Hoffman from Oak Ridge National Laboratory, and I'm going to discuss diagnosing climate carbon cycle feedbacks constrained by ILAM. Model uncertainty is one of the biggest challenges we face in Earth system science, yet comparatively little effort is devoted to fixing it. And that's because Earth system components, like ecosystems, have very complex responses to a wide range of forcing factors. The focus is often instead on increasing complexity and providing more detailed representation of processes, assuming that more processes is better. However, model uncertainty can often increase even as predictions of states and fluxes improves. What we really need is a rigorous confrontation of models with observations to reduce uncertainty, yet modeling centers are challenged to collect and synthesize the data and systematically assess all aspects of model fidelity. So community benchmarking tools are beginning to help address some of these issues. One of those is ILAM, the International Land Model Benchmarking Package. This project started off as a group to develop internationally accepted benchmarks and promote their use, and to strengthen ties between the experimental remote sensing and modeling communities, and design and develop open source tools like the ILAM package. This ILAM package performs model data comparisons. It generates a suite of tables and graphical diagnostics, and evaluates models based on a variety of statistics and scores: bias, RMSE, seasonal cycle, interannual variability, and the spatial distribution. The ILAM 2.5 package has a whole host of variables and data sets that it uses to compare with models, including point-based data, regional data sets, and global data sets in biogeochemistry, hydrology, energy, and forcing factors. ILAM has been used to assess several generations of the community land model. We see for a host of variables on the left-hand side and of the figure at left, and then CLM4, CLM 4.5, and CLM 5 in the columns. And what we see is that the relative scores have mostly improved progressively as that model development has gone on. So there have been substantial improvements in the mechanistic treatment of hydrology, ecology, and land use in CLM5, yet simulations improved even with this enhanced complexity. What I'm going to talk about today is CMIP5 versus CMIP6 land models. The CMIP5 land models are in yellow. The CMIP6 land models that are derived from those CMIP5 models are in the green columns. And then the last two columns are the mean CMIP5 and the mean CMIP6 model. What we see is that the performance of the CMIP6 suite of land models has improved over that of the CMIP5 suite. The multi-model mean on the far right outperforms any single model for each of the suites, and the CMIP6 multi-model mean is the best model overall. What we want to know then is, why did these models improve? But first, we're going to drill down and look at global GPP compared to the FluxCom dataset. What we see here is that most models of the same lineage improved in various characteristics between CMIP5 and CMIP6, and the mean CMIP5 and mean CMIP6 models performed the best. ILAM also shows us a spatial distribution of global GPP biases in this case, so that we can see where those biases are coming from the models. And we also see in the lower right figure that the mean CMIP6 has the smallest bias overall. And functional relationships are also plotted out of ILAM. And here we see GPP with respect to precipitation in the first row and with respect to temperature in the second row. And what we see is in the first column, observations, in the next column, the model result. The third column is a heat map that shows the difference between the model result and the observation, so that we know where to invest our time doing development in those sort of red and blue cells. And then in the final column, we have a histogram view of the relationship between GPP and precipitation so that we can ensure the model is reproducing what the observations indicate to us. Now, the reasons for land model improvements could be many. We first looked at forcing factors, however, temperature, precipitation, and radiation from these fully coupled Earth system models. And the biases from the CMIP6 models, shown as a mean CMIP6 model in the bottom row, are greatly reduced over the biases in the mean CMIP5 models. If we look instead at the bias scores, that we see that the differences in these scores for temperature, precipitation, incoming radiation were primarily positive in that third row. So we primarily got improvement and therefore a more realistic climate representation from the ESMs into the land models. In these figures, the CMIP5 land model overall score is shown on the x-axis, and the improvement or the change for the CMIP6 model is shown on the y-axis for each of these 9 models. We see here that across all the models, the scores for most state and flux variables in that first column improved or remained the same, although some were degraded. While the atmospheric forcings in that middle column from the CMIP6 ESMs were improved over those from the CMIP5, as we just saw. However, the largest improvements were seen in these functional relationships in that third column, suggesting that increased land model development in most of these models was also partially responsible for the higher CMIP6 land model scores. So what we learned here is that the CMIP6 land models perform better than the CMIP5 land models due to both an improved climate forcing from the fully coupled Earth system models and improved process representation. The functional relationships or variable to variable comparisons exhibited the largest improvements for some of the models. Thus, the CMIP6 land model results are more valuable for impacts analysis and studies of adaptation and mitigation strategies. Model improvements in mean states and fluxes, however, may not result in reduced uncertainty or reduced projected model spread. So what we want to ask next is, will improved multimodal performance actually reduce the spread in feedback sensitivities or the projected land carbon storage and future climate change? And can we use these ILAM scores to also weight contributions to multimodal means to reduce contemporary biases and reduce projected uncertainties? I'd like to acknowledge the U.S. Department of Energy for their support for this research. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Anna Carrion. Today I will present recent advances in urban greenhouse gas inversion research. I would like to thank the various research groups listed here that have contributed to this effort and whose work I will be showing today. Atmospheric inversion research has expanded from global to continental to regional and local scales. The goal is to use atmospheric greenhouse gas observations to support monitoring of local climate change mitigation policies. Different cities and localities are increasingly setting ambitious greenhouse gas mitigation goals, and observations at these scales can inform those goals. Here we're going to focus on U.S. urban efforts, but similar research projects are ongoing in other cities in North America and around the world. Urban inverse modeling efforts use trace gas observations to estimate emissions. These observations are made from stationary in situ locations, mobile platforms, or remote sensing. I'm not going to discuss any of the remote sensing results today, although there's a lot of great work being done using satellite data and ground-based remote sensing platforms. I will talk about an example from each of the cities shown on the map on the right. This is urban greenhouse gas research funded by NIST, NOAA, and NASA. The first example is from a recent study in Salt Lake City. CO2 sensors were mounted on light rail lines and used in conjunction with stationary site observations to estimate that city's emissions. The authors found that combining the observations from light rail with non-mobile sites achieves better coverage and reduces uncertainty, as shown on the footprint plot there on the left, indicating the large amount of coverage that was contributed from the light rail system. Observations from aircraft have also been used successfully in inversions to estimate emissions of CO2 and methane. The example I'm showing here in the picture is for New York City on the right, where a nested inversion was done first at coarse scale in the red box and then at a finer scale in the pink box to estimate emissions from New York City. This alleviates the problem due to background and isolating the emissions just from New York by optimizing the sources outside the city as well as inside the city. I encourage you to check out Joe Pitt's poster for more detail on these results from New York City using the aircraft inversions, methane shown on the left and CO2 on the right. Aircraft observations from 70 flights over 6 years over Washington, D.C. and Baltimore were also used in a similar Bayesian inversion framework to estimate emissions in those cities of carbon monoxide. On the right, the annual estimates of CO emissions are shown in black from the inversion, and they show a decreasing trend over the years that matches the trend from the National Emissions Inventory. Additionally, on the right, separating out the emissions during the COVID period, flights that were done in the spring of 2020 show decreased emissions of CO during that period. Methane observations from 2 buildings in downtown Boston were used to estimate total methane emissions over multiple years in that city. The plot in the middle on the top shows in black circles the estimates of the natural gas loss rate from year to year. In this case, methane emissions were attributed to natural gas using co-located ethane measurements and providing a sectoral attribution of the total emissions, and found that the methane emissions did scale and correlate with natural gas consumption in the city. An inversion using tower data in Indianapolis was also done over multiple years and estimated CO2 fluxes. As I mentioned in the previous work, they used ethane with methane to try to get at the sectoral attribution of the emissions. In this case, CO was used in the inversion framework to estimate the contribution of mobile sources, shown on the upper plot, versus stationary fossil fuel burning, shown on the lower plot. These 2 different kinds of sources have different CO to CO2 ratios that was used to distinguish the 2 sources over a period of 3 years. Several studies used atmospheric observations of CO2 to estimate the decline in emissions due to the lockdown from the COVID-19 pandemic this past spring. In this study in the San Francisco Bay Area, a dense network of CO2 sensors was used to estimate a 30% decrease in fossil fuel emissions of the 3 weeks of the shelter-in-place period relative to the 3 weeks prior. A high-resolution inversion was able to allocate those decreases in grid cells that were influenced by either traffic or stationary sources to show that most of the decline was indeed due to traffic emissions. Similarly, aircraft measurements were used comparing flights in 2018 spring to the spring of 2020 and looking at the difference in emissions between those 2 years, given that the spring of 2020 was impacted by the lockdowns. The upper plot here shows fossil fuel CO2 was significantly decreased in 4 cities across the East Coast between the 2 years, as well as CO. In methane, no significant change was found within the uncertainty of the methods. Tower networks in Los Angeles and Washington, D.C., Baltimore were also used to estimate the decrease in CO2 fossil fuel emissions during the lockdown period, using these tower networks shown here in the maps of each area. The inversion results shown here in blue indicate that for LA on the left and in DC, Baltimore on the right, if you look at the April decline in 2020 relative to 2018 and 2019 averages, we see 33% decline in CO2 emissions in both of the cities. This was largely explained by decline in traffic, as indicated by either VMT or gasoline sales. In conclusion, I've tried to highlight different successes being done in urban observational efforts, including long-term trend detection, anomaly detection, as indicated by the various results related to the COVID pandemic, declines, whole city emissions at different timescales, and sectoral information. Challenges still remain, however. We do need to demonstrate that we have consistency between different methods. The handling of errors using top-down methods is still a topic of research, as well as how to attribute the emissions to different sectors and achieve a real process-based understanding of emissions and emissions changes. We also need to understand stakeholder needs so that we can better meet them. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, thanks for attending. Today I'm going to be giving an overview of some work that we've been doing at NASA Goddard, building reanalyses for the Earth system, and talk about what implications that work might have for understanding the North American carbon cycle. So when we first saw the abstract for this session, we sort of asked ourselves, what even is a reanalysis for the North American carbon cycle? And so already, stakeholder needs have been discussed in an earlier session. What we thought we would touch on are some of the observational and modeling requirements, and also some technical and scientific aspects. So the first part is that you have to resolve natural and anthropogenic processes that interact over the Earth's land, ocean, and atmosphere. And you're going to need a relatively high horizontal resolution. In some respects, a kilometer might be too coarse. You'd want to resolve diurnal variability. North America has a spatial extent of about 25 million square kilometers, and you'd like to know how trends and things play out over decades or longer. And you're not satisfied with just GPP, right? You also want to know the anthropogenic inputs and how this is reflected in abundances of trace gases in the atmosphere, particularly carbon dioxide and methane. So just right there, it almost necessitates using satellite data and some sort of high-performance computing. And we come from the perspective of MERA-2, which is a well-known meteorological reanalysis, but also has very important aerosol components and a land surface component as well. So typically, we divide somewhat arbitrarily satellite data into two classes. One of those classes, the bottom-up data, are observations of the Earth's surface from which we can get an understanding about, say, the land biosphere, as has been done for several decades now with NDVI from AVHRR. And also, some of these newer data sets and approaches, say, incorporating soil moisture data or choosing different radiances from MODIS to understand exactly how the terrestrial biosphere exchanges carbon with the atmosphere. And we can also complement this with measurements of ocean color and night lights that give us an idea of ocean exchange and fossil fuel emissions. Okay. So from the top, we have several satellites, most notably here OCO2, the Orbiting Carbon Observatory 2. And what we can do is once we have surface fluxes determined from these bottom-up satellite data sets, we can transport them through the atmosphere and compare to what a satellite retrieval like one from OCO2 sees. And from that, we can understand whether our fluxes were too high, too low, their timing was wrong, etc. So our goal is to put all this together, to take the bottom-up data and the top-down data and combine it into a coherent picture of the integrated carbon cycle and have a consistent set of mixing ratios of the carbon constituents in the atmosphere. So we call this MERA-2 carbon constituents. And in essence, all we've done is just extended MERA-2 to include observations of CO2, CO, and methane. So there's similar efforts at JPL. A lot of this work started with a collaboration through CMS. And some of the things that bother us that we deal with on a day-to-day basis is that we need to maintain long records and have them at a low latency, right? So a product that has maybe 1 or 2 years here and there, or takes 3 to 4 years to produce, is very difficult for us to incorporate into our analysis. We have to monitor the consistency and intercalibration of sensors, right? This changes for a sensor as it ages. And also when we want to integrate multiple sensors, we have to know, are they seeing the same atmosphere? And finally, we need a way to account for jumps or changes in the observing system. Our observations of carbon are going to continue to improve by step changes for what seems like the next several decades with missions like geocarb and CO2M. We can kind of expect that our ability to observe the atmosphere is just going to grow leaps and bounds with each new sensor, but we can't do trend studies just starting from the latest and greatest sensor. So we have to have an understanding of how those things all fit in to the longer record. And then we also have to quantify the errors and uncertainties of our products, which is what we'll talk about in the next slide. So this slide is just a quick highlight of how important we feel the aircraft or suborbital campaigns have been in our products and what we develop. We've used them to understand the errors of the remote sensing products that we assimilate. They're a primary way in which we evaluate our models and our assimilated products, and they also help us understand the processes that are determining when our model does well and when it doesn't, and what we can better understand with satellite data. So for the last slide, I'm going to save something that I've been having a lot of technical difficulties with. Hopefully it works. I'm going to try and narrate over a movie, and this did not work for me a couple times, so we'll just give it another shot here. So what all this does, what this all can give us, is an ability to detect very small signals in CO2 that are spatially localized and maybe only last for a few months. So what we looked at was the signal that we would expect from decreases in emissions due to COVID-19, and found that our OCO2 analysis was in fact able to detect these things. So I will play the movie. And in April and May, you can see decreases that we believe to be associated with lockdowns. Later on in the summer and fall, you have such a big biospheric and transport signal that those are really what you're seeing. And the stippling indicates when the anomaly in 2020 was less than the standard deviation over the 3 years, 2017 to 2019.
Hello, I'm Trevor Keenan, and I'm here to talk about the MetaBio IDS project, a multi-institute project funded in 2017 by NASA through their interdisciplinary science call, and we are focused on developing a holistic approach to space-based terrestrial ecosystem science, and it's particularly focused on improving the partitioning of carbon fluxes between the land surface and the atmosphere. Our objective is to integrate multiple NASA and partner agency proxies of ecosystem, various components of ecosystem state and function to improve our understanding of the relationship between ecosystems and the atmosphere. Now, this IDS project is focused on 3 different themes: ecosystem states, traits, and rates, and how those interact together to determine whole ecosystem function. So ecosystem states are such as leaf area index or biomass, for example. Traits are characteristics that determine that characterize an ecosystem, such as photosynthetic potential, leaf mass per area, and rates are gas exchange rates. So when I say states, I'm particularly talking about environmental controls of biomass and vegetation cover. These are the 2 particular states that we're focused on so far in this project. Traits, I'll talk briefly about photosynthetic potential and how that, when considered as a trait, can be predicted globally. And then rates, the rates of gas exchange with leaf carbon uptake, particularly through global photosynthesis, and how understanding of state changes and trait changes can be brought together to understand these global rates. Now, this is a large project, and there are currently, at last count, 37 papers or so, and obviously I'm not going to be able to cover those in the 7 minutes that have allotted to me today for this project, but please encourage you to go to this QR code or keynogroup.info, and there we have a list of the papers that you can have a look at to see which of them is of more interest to you. Today I'll talk about 3 specific papers, one for each of these areas, and hope to get through that in the next few minutes. So in the first theme, focused on ecosystem states, we've focused on the environmental constraints on vegetation cover. In this particular study, thinking about how vegetation cover responds to temperatures. So thinking about how much vegetation can be sustained in a location with a given temperature. And historically, we know that there's been a greening of the land surface globally. The problem is we don't really know why there's been a greening, and it's very difficult to attribute changes in vegetation cover to a particular driver because there's so much covariation temporally. CO2 is going up, it's getting warmer, BPD is also going up, a lot is changing on the land surface all at the same time. So to get around that in this project, we looked at functional responses purely using the remote sensing data, so not using any models for attribution, in contrast to most previous studies, and asking the question, what is the maximum vegetation cover that we observe for given environment, for given temperature ranges? So you see that here on the left. On the x-axis is temperatures, or summer warmth index, and the y-axis is maximum vegetation cover. And you see these features forming where as it gets warmer, you get a maximum, that's an upper black dashed line, maximum vegetation cover that can be sustained at a given temperature. And this saturates as temperature becomes less limiting. So this is a really useful feature because it can be used to constrain land surface models. And it can also be used to tell us what the inherent temperature sensitivity of vegetation cover is, at least spatially. And so when we compare that to various models from the CMIP archive, we see that they really underestimate the temperature sensitivity of vegetation cover at high latitudes. And then we can use that as a constraint and also to examine how those models perform in future projections. Physiological traits, so thinking about how global photosynthesis is optimized or whether it's optimized to its environment. Now this paper in particular was interesting because we're thinking about we're using optimality theory to predict what photosynthetic potential would be in a particular location given the environmental constraints if plants were allocating resources optimally. Now it's a big if, but for photosynthesis there are reasons to believe that a plant would allocate particularly nitrogen in an optimal fashion in order to maximize its return on that investment, given radiation in particular, but also temperature, VPD, and other constraints. Here we found that indeed plants do optimize to the environment. Optimality theory can be used to predict photosynthetic potential globally. Finally, looking at fluxes of carbon driven by photosynthesis, and this is from Eddie Covariant's data, whereas the previous slide was using actual measured leaf traits. Here looking at how photosynthetic fluxes change over time in terms of the acclimation of photosynthesis to changes in light. So it's taught or shown at the leaf scale that photosynthesis acclimates to changes in light environment, but it hasn't been shown at the ecosystem scale, and this is the first study to do that and show conclusively that not only does photosynthesis acclimate to light at the ecosystem scale, but also that acclimation can be predicted from first principles theory and incorporated into the models. And so that is what we did in this paper, and this is very useful because it shows that acclimation to various different forcings has been reported in the literature, but there hasn't been a very strong first principles mechanistic way to incorporate that acclimation into models. But here we provide such a way to do so for light, and we feel that this can be extended to other drivers as well. So I've run out of time, unfortunately, but I would like to briefly shout out that I'm looking for a postdoc. If you are interested in this kind of work and you'll be interested in working in our group, please don't hesitate to get in touch. And that's it for this project. I'd like to thank you for listening, and also thank you to our funders and also my collaborators who have helped make this all a successful project.
Greetings, my name is Ken Davis. I'm from Penn State, and I'm going to describe the results from a NASA Earth Venture suborbital mission that just concluded, the Atmospheric Carbon and Transport America mission. I don't need to tell this audience that there are parts of the terrestrial carbon cycle that we don't understand well, and ACT America is targeted at trying to understand those pieces of the carbon cycle better, largely by improving our ability to use atmospheric inversions. In specific, our mission goals are to quantify and reduce uncertainty in both atmospheric transport models used in inversion systems as well as prior flux estimates, and also to evaluate the performance of the OCO2 satellite data. We did this by collecting a very large airborne campaign of greenhouse gas transport by mid-latitude weather systems, including measurements of the greenhouse gases themselves, both in situ and column measurements, as well as trace gases and meteorological variables that go along with the greenhouse gas data. These data were used in two ways in the end. One was to build better components of inversion systems, such as better transport models, better prior flux ensembles, and also as independent data to take existing inversion systems and compare the aircraft data to the results of those inversion systems as independent data sets. The flights took place in the central and eastern United States because there are large, vigorous greenhouse gas fluxes, vigorous transport also in mid-latitude weather systems. So this is important both for the fluxes and for the transport of the gases in those systems. A lot of seasonal variability, as well as a very good in situ observational network to back us up. We flew two aircraft, a NASA C-130 and a NASA B-200, extensively instrumented as noted before, and conducted 5 flight campaigns, 2 summer campaigns and 1 campaign in each of the other seasons, winter, spring, and fall. A total of about 1,100 flight hours and 30 synoptic sequences were sampled. About 40% of the data was in the atmospheric boundary layer. Flights went up to about 9 kilometers above sea level. And what do I mean by a synoptic sequence? These flights were designed to measure the frontal, prefrontal, frontal, and postfrontal conditions associated with greenhouse gas fluxes and transport in the central and eastern United States. This is a figure from a paper submitted to BAMS that shows the entire mission laid out in terms of the weather conditions that were measured flight by flight. And here's an example and a figure from one of those sequences in August of 2016. And in the upper left, you'll see flight data from the prefrontal conditions. In the lower left, you'll see the air coming in from the south. These are influence functions that show you've got influence from fluxes in the southern states flowing up into the flight domain. And then on the 12th of August, we crossed the front, and you can see the cross-frontal view of flights there where we flew in one line at multiple altitudes to look at the frontal structure. In the influence functions, you can see air coming from both the north and the south and converging at the front. And on the upper right, you'll see the post-frontal flight. And the colors, by the way, are the CO2 mole fractions we measured on board. And then in the lower right, you'll see the influence functions coming in from the northwest in the cold post-frontal air. That's the sort of flight data that we collected. We had an ensemble of models to go along with the work as well, an ensemble of transport models, both regional and global, and an ensemble of flux estimates that could be combined and mixed and matched and compared to the aircraft data to learn the characteristics of the modeling system. So here's some of the research results. We'd argue that ACT created the first comprehensive set of observations of greenhouse gas weather and developed weather metrics associated with the weather systems to help evaluate models. And here's an example from work of Sandeep Paul. You can see the big figure shows the cross-frontal difference in CO2 mole fraction in the boundary layer in red, lower free troposphere and upper free troposphere in the colder colors. And as a function of season, you see very persistent changes in greenhouse gas concentration across the front. Similarly, it's a little hard to see, but on the right there's the same sort of metrics, but in the vertical, boundary layer to free troposphere, but divided into cold and warm sector. If you average them together, you tend to cancel out the structures that we find in the atmosphere. So one of our lessons is take these data and break it up by weather system, by cold sector, warm sector, boundary layer, free troposphere. And there are flags in all the data sets, all the aircraft data that allow you to do that division quite quickly. Second, we took those data and used them to evaluate existing atmospheric inversion systems. We learned that some of the inversions do much better than others at simulating these structures, but we also found that the source of data used in the inversion does not have a strong influence on the performance of the inversion systems. So here's a very optimistic and encouraging figure. These are 9 different global inversion systems used to look at the 4th of August 2016 frontal case, and you'll see that all of these global inversions have the correct cold sector to warm sector CO2 structure. That's very encouraging. However, if we look at their performance averaged over all the summer 2016 fronts, some of them do much better than others at simulating the cross-frontal CO2 difference in the boundary layer, for example. So they all get the general structure, but some do much better than others. Similarly, when we evaluate them with respect to the meteorological data, some have much better boundary layer height simulations and some have better wind speed simulations. We have not yet connected the weather data to their performance in greenhouse gases. That's a topic of ongoing research. We've also used these data to evaluate flux estimates, flux models. And one example is the high CO2 along the frontal boundary was used to evaluate a revision of the VPRM model, and that channel of CO2 carries a lot of information about the upwind CO2 fluxes. Similarly, we've used the same sort of cross-frontal flights to evaluate upwind methane fluxes to great success. Finally, we've been evaluating the OCO2 observations and found that the synoptic scale gradients found in OCO2, XCO2 data agree very well with our in situ data. We have products online at Oak Ridge, and thank you very much for your attention.
Hello everybody, my name is Dan Hayes from the University of Maine in Orono. I'm here to take you on a little video adventure tour through North America's carbon budget. This work is a synthesis of contributions from many North American Carbon Program collaborators, as we'll see on our tour. So who else besides me is excited? Let's jump in and check this out then. Put simply, carbon budget accounting takes estimates of the sources of greenhouse gas carbon to the atmosphere, primarily in the form of CO2 and methane emissions from fossil fuel combustion and land use change, and balances them against estimates of the carbon sinks in the ocean and on land from that which ultimately remains in the atmosphere. For North America, the first State of the Carbon Cycle report integrated knowledge of the continental carbon cycle at the time. The numbers compiled around the year 2000 timeframe suggested that the total land sink was on the order of 25 to 30% of the carbon emitted annually in fossil fuel combustion from the US, Canada, and Mexico. The largest sink was in the forest and wood products sector, whereas other components such as wetlands and woody encroachment are more uncertain. These estimates were based on compiling inventories and other so-called bottom-up methods where ground-based measurements serve directly as input to these inventories, or indirectly by calibrating terrestrial biosphere models. These can be compared to estimates from top-down approaches, which in effect see all surface-atmosphere CO2 exchange as one integrated flux. Regional estimates of the terrestrial carbon sink can differ substantially among assessments, depending on the scaling approach used and the budget components considered. To investigate these uncertainties, the NACP launched several interim synthesis studies of observational, inventory-based, and modeled estimates of carbon stocks and fluxes across sites, within subregions, and over the continent. And so began the great NACP top-down versus bottom-up battle of legend. I mean, who remembers when Taylor plots were all the rage? One regional synthesis study involved experts in forestry and agriculture from the 3 countries, and of course Yaxing to put it all together for analysis. Dave McGuire named this the fast track since it would be a quick study of the current carbon budget. The problem was that he assigned this to his postdoc, who then proceeded to take 4 years to get a paper out, but nonetheless. This plot shows how the various published estimates of the North American carbon sink compare. The top-down and bottom-up synthesis estimates of net ecosystem exchange from the NACP interim synthesis were generally less negative and showed some convergence relative to the first soccer inventory and the atmospheric-based estimates of the time. And this brings us to the second State of the Carbon Cycle report, which is our most current assessment of the carbon cycle in North America. The report contains chapters on the state of carbon in the air, land, and water, along with human dimensions, prediction, and decision-making. SOCR 2 updates our best observations, measurements, and models of the continental carbon budget from the top-down and bottom-up perspectives. It synthesizes information on CO2 and methane fluxes, managed forest and agriculture lands, and other natural ecosystems. Put together by authors covering a range of carbon cycle expertise, Chapter 2 attempts to integrate and reconcile the different budget components from across the various chapters in the report. Let's take a look. We'll track carbon stock changes and fluxes in teragrams of carbon per year over the decade since the SOCR 1 estimates. A teragram is 10 to the 12th grams, or 1 million metric tons. First, we'll start with the total emissions from the energy sectors of Canada, the US, and Mexico. In this animated budget diagram, you can see the nearly 1.8 petagrams, or billion metric tons, of carbon being added to the atmosphere through fossil fuel emissions. Next, we add up the estimated stock changes across all of the land sectors considered, which are gaining on average 296 teragrams of carbon per year, the majority of which is in forests. We also track the carbon stored in harvested wood products, which have gained an estimated 31 teragrams per year, while emitting around 124 to the atmosphere from decay. The overall balance is a net ecosystem flux of 451 teragrams of carbon per year into the North American land sector. This offsets a portion of the fossil fuel emissions over the decade, bringing our atmospheric pool down to about 1.5 petagrams added per year. This net ecosystem flux is of similar magnitude to previous inventory estimates, which suggest much less uptake than do the atmospheric models. So, what are we missing? Well, while the top-downers and bottom-uppers continued to fight it out, the sideways folks came along to make peace with their estimates of carbon in the aquatic system, along with the lateral fluxes from inland to coastal waters. So let's go back and add these to our continental budget. An estimated 155 teragrams per year is buried as sediment in inland waters, and 105 is transported downstream through the aquatic system. Meanwhile, an estimated 247 teragrams is outgassed annually to the atmosphere. This adds up to a total aquatic flux of 507 teragrams of carbon transferred annually from the land to the inland water. In contrast to the forest and agricultural inventory estimates, the low confidence in the aquatic flux is signified by the single asterisk next to its estimate. This aquatic carbon transport needs to be accounted for in the net ecosystem flux from the atmosphere. By doing so, the land sector is estimated to be taking up 959 teragrams per year, drawing our atmospheric budget estimate down to 1,187,000,000 metric tons of carbon added per year. Finally, let's finish up our budget by tracking the fate of this transported aquatic carbon through the tidal wetlands and estuaries, and ultimately out to the coastal ocean. The net effect of this is an additional uptake of 177 teragrams of carbon per year from the atmosphere that is either buried in sediment or exported to the ocean. Our final budget then estimates that North America was a net source of carbon to the atmosphere from 2004 to 2013, contributing on average about 1 billion tons annually. This represents an airborne fraction of 57% of the carbon added from fossil fuel emissions. Considering their uncertainties, the Landsec estimate of 605 teragrams of carbon per year is essentially in agreement with the 699 teragrams per year from Soccer 2's top-down estimate. Comparing this result to previous estimates of the North American carbon sink, there is now an apparent convergence between top-down models and bottom-up inventory-based estimates. This demonstrates Soccer 2's improved models, data networks, and understanding of broad-scale carbon cycle processes. It suggests, at least, that we are not likely to be missing any major components in our inventories. But there are large uncertainties that must be addressed in order to increase our confidence in carbon accounting and projections. So that's the end of our quick tour on the North American carbon budget. I'd like to also recognize folks like Bob Cook and Peter Griffith who have facilitated this great science over the years. Thanks to this meeting's organizing committee and session chairs for the opportunity to share the North American carbon budget story with you. And while those of us who grew up during the interim synthesis era are now turning scraggly and gray, we look forward to the next cohort to take up the charge towards Soccer 3. Thanks, everyone, and hope to see you all soon.
Basil, that's you.
Hello back, everyone. And welcome back to this session, the diagnosis of North America carbon. I would like at the beginning to ask each of our presenter to just a brief introduction about yourself, and then after that we'll kick on the discussion. Just a reminder, if you have any question, please post those to Slido and we'll be able to answer those questions here. We'll start with Forrest. You'd like to start introducing yourself first?
Sure. I'm Forrest Hoffman from Oak Ridge National Laboratory, and interested in the global carbon cycle as well as the North American carbon cycle and global terrestrial biogeochemistry.
Basil, you're muted, I believe.
Brad, you would like to go second?
Okay. Brad Weir. I work at NASA GMAO and USRA, focusing primarily on assimilating satellite trace gas measurements into our integrated Earth system model, GIFs.
Anna?
Hi, I'm Anna Carrion. I work at the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST, and I'm focused on atmospheric measurements of greenhouse gases, specifically anthropogenic emissions in urban areas, and with a focus on, lowering uncertainties on those emissions estimates.
Thank you. We'll go to Trevor.
Hello, I'm Trevor Keenan at UC Berkeley at Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. I'm focused on land-atmosphere interactions, particularly in relation to the carbon cycle, also the water cycle, and the control of ecosystems on both, thinking along the lines of AmeriFlux, FluxNet, remote sensing, and land surface models.
Okay, thank you. Ken?
Hi, Ken Davis, Professor of Atmospheric and Climate Science at Penn State University. I study the carbon cycle using atmospheric mole fraction and eddy covariance flux measurements.
Thank you. Dan?
Hi, everybody. I'm Dan Hayes. In addition to the carbon cycle synthesis and modeling that I just talked about virtually, I also, as a day job, teach remote sensing to forestry students at the University of Maine.
Thank you all. We'll be ready now to take any questions you have, and any questions to our presenters.
We do have a question in the chat. I'm not sure who it's directed to, but it says, to what extent is export of agricultural products from the USA contributing to the apparent sink over North America? Maybe that's a question for Dan.
Everybody's nodding their head. Okay. So if this is a question related to the most recent soccer report, we didn't include that explicitly in the North American budget. And we did, though, in the interim syntheses that were shown in that, I believe, 2012 paper, the so-called fast track, as I had it on there. So we did go dig into all the agricultural and forest imports and exports. And for the agriculture, I don't have those numbers right in front of me at my fingertips, but they weren't super large enough to change the story. We did include, the harvest and processing of crops and the moving of them from say one state to another, and that did have a big difference on where you would see the sinks for sure. But as far as the international trade or the trade off of continent, I think it was relatively small.
Okay, great. We have another question for Forrest that says, the results of the ILAM are very insightful. What does the future hold for ILAM development?
Well, thanks for that question. Some of the issues that we're focusing on now are trying to include quantified uncertainty with the observational data sets that we have in the system. So we'd like to understand how good those data constraints are for the models. We're also adding a variety of additional data sets, and we have a couple of working groups that the project has established to bring together the community to focus on soil carbon dynamics and connecting AmeriFlux and ILAM development together. So really trying to think about how to do a better job of evaluating, constraining the models, and evaluating the models on shorter time periods than just monthly output.
Thank you. We have a question from me for Anna. Would all cities have to implement this kind of monitoring if they wanted to have verification that they're meeting their emission reduction goals?
Thanks, Libby. That's a really good question because I don't think that's feasible. A lot of the studies that I cited, have networks of 10 to 12 in situ stations around a medium or large city. Although some of them were from aircraft, which I think is a little bit more affordable. Like if you could do a snapshot, one of the studies showed measurements across the East Coast that were done over a few weeks, so that might be a little bit more feasible. So what we're trying to do at NIST, though, is part of I didn't mention this, but having a test bed program the idea is to look at the methods and how well you can do with the most sort of sophisticated system, but then we also want to look into what can you do with lower cost sensors. And one of the studies at Berkeley, that dense network was based on lower cost sensors. So maybe something like that would be more feasible. I don't want to say they would need it, but the idea is, if you also might want to think about continental scale. If you have a regional network, or like we have now, the continental, let's say NOAA network of tower, how well can they estimate fossil fuel emissions at smaller scales? It's been shown, I think one of the previous talks talked about a paper showing anthropogenic emissions or validating them using C14 at national scale. But, I think it still remains to be seen how few observations you can get away with and still diagnose specific cities. The other answer someone might say is satellite data might be a good constraint. I think Ken has something to say.
Yeah, could I pitch in on that answer? I'm doing a bunch of urban work myself. I would argue that we cannot possibly do direct atmospheric monitoring of all the cities. And we really have to rely on the kind of work you heard about from Kevin Gurney in the previous session. But with certain cities that are perhaps representative, we should do the atmospheric observations to build a more unified and verified system. That'd be my take on it.
Yeah, I would agree with that statement. Yeah.
Okay, we have a question for Brad. It's a little bit vague. It just says, can you expand your talk about the reanalysis products? I'm not sure what specifically the audience member wants you to say. Perhaps that person can chime in a little bit more specifically, or if you have a particular take-home message about that.
Well, it was pretty vague, right? It's hard to go into details in 7 minutes.
Right.
We do CO2, methane throughout the entire atmosphere, all the way up to a high top, which actually is interesting because chemistry happens up there. It's at a 0.5 degree resolution, so maybe to my point of what resolution you need, that's still far too coarse for many of the applications that people would care about, right? Like the stuff that Anna showed, like it's really cool, but that'd be like 5 boxes for us. So the goal is to go at a finer resolution. It assimilates OCO2 data for CO2, mop it for CO, MLS for CO as well, and methane is still somewhat experimental. Tropomi is a great product, but it's only been around for a little bit.
Just to clarify, I didn't mean that your presentation was vague. I meant the question from the audience was vague because they just said, just expand on it. So I realized that within the constraints of 7 minutes, I think you did just fine. We have another question for Dan, but first I'm going to ask a question for Ken that says, what do you view as the future for aircraft CO2 observation following on Act America?
Well, one easy answer for that is we need to do something very similar in the tropics, because our campaign was focused on understanding the transport processes in mid-latitude weather systems in particular, and the tropical system is very important to the global carbon cycle. Long-term measurements are complementary to campaign measurements like we conducted, but we don't have the same kind of a campaign study that's taken place in the tropics yet.
Okay, for Dan, we have a couple of related questions. One is, what are the ways that you would suggest to improve the 1-star confidence on the lateral flux from an upland system? And then related to that is another question about what are some of the projects that monitor lateral carbon flux?
Okay, yeah, this is the trouble with being a forestry guy and then doing these synthesis. So none of these are my areas of expertise per se, and there are others that would be better to ask and talk to, like David Butman, for example, who led the chapter 14, inland waters, which I pasted in the chat there. And so those two questions are related. I can at least give you the overview, in the sense that number, which I should have in front of me, I don't, but that number downstream, the export of the
of DOC out of the inland waters is measured fairly well. So because we have the USGS gauge network, all the different watersheds across the US. So that's actually a really good measurement that constrains that lateral or sideways flux. What we don't know, though, is the sort of upstream processing and how much goes to sediment versus the outgassing to the atmosphere. Those numbers are a lot less uncertain, and they're just based on some, where we have some measurements and maybe some upscaling, but I think it's just kind of wherever we have some measurements. And so that number that has the single asterisk is what's coming out of the land, and that's just an addition of it's summing up what's all going out. So that number we don't measure at all. That's just an inferred, essentially summed up from what we have downstream. And that's obviously really hard to measure. What DOC is being produced right out of the soil. Smaller watershed measurements can help with that. But what I think is probably the way to go about that, and we have seen, to answer that second question, some modeling projects now, empirical modeling, as well as some process-based modeling in models like DLEM with Hanchin, and we can say even in TEM. Some of the work I did with Dave Kicklighter a while ago, we tackled that. So that's where we need to get those processes built into these models and start to figure out where that DOC is coming from, agricultural soils versus forest soils versus other ecosystems, and really start to put the pieces together to that whole issue, because it's a potentially huge flux, and it just changes the whole story. I mean, it really, I don't know, Ken's always says he doesn't believe me, but that's really, like I said in the video, is what brought the top down and bottom up numbers together, is being able to incorporate that sideways flux. And it's like, oh, okay, it all sort of comes together now, but it's so uncertain that if we really want to figure out to be able to do that in any kind of spatial sense or attribution sense, then we need to get a much better handle on that single asterisk for sure.
Okay, we have a question that says, Trevor, any thoughts on the next generation upscaling efforts using new Ameriflux observations?
Hey, sure. And that's a very good question, because traditionally, Ameriflux has had a lot of data, but it hasn't had gap-filled and partitioned data. So we report the net flux of carbon, but we don't report the constituent GPP for photosynthesis and respiration. And that's something that a lot of work has been going into recently in the Ameriflux management project. We just released last week 33 sites where we've partitioned all the data, and we are in the process of a campaign to enable us to do that for all the sites in the network. So we have over 100 sites in the network across the Americas currently. So this is important because this data is needed in order to upscale. You can't upscale estimates of photosynthesis unless you have this partitioned data. So that will be a huge step to enable those approaches. So keep an eye out for that. We expect another 40 sites to be released in the coming month, which will take us to 70 or 80. And then the rest of the sites will take a little bit more time, but those will definitely enable a lot of different upscaling approaches to be applied. We're also thinking about campaigns to sort of act as a hub there are a lot of different groups now looking at upscaling, applying different machine learning approaches, but the data is not always in the same format needed for that to happen. So if we could provide some sort of a sandbox data set that would provide everything needed for those upscaling approaches, I think that would be very valuable for the community. So that's something we're thinking about too, and we'll be reaching out to the community to help us do that sometime in the not too distant future, hopefully. But thank you, that's a great question.
Basil, those are all the questions. So, oh, wait a minute. There's a question from the audience that says, all of the presentations are already available online. People have been asking about that, but if you go to the meeting website, you can look at the talks and see them. And once we do a little bit of processing, we will also make available this recorded session for this live interaction as well. Basil, those are the only questions that have been submitted so far. I don't know if there's other things.
We're from Anna wanted to ask a question. Yeah.
Yeah, Dan, I had a question on the Soccer 2 overview, which it went past as I was trying to watch, but how does the magnitude of the uncertainty on the 5-star anthropogenic bottom-up emissions compare with the total 1-star lateral flux that you were talking about? I guess what I'm trying to get at, and I don't know what the actual number is, but given that the anthropogenic part is so huge, and we saw some presentations earlier between Kevin and the CDAC that, there is a range there. So, could that the play in the anthropogenic flux be affecting your interpretation of the lateral fluxes?
I think I understand the first part of your question, but maybe not the second. The stars are, and this was a huge, long debate, of course, when we were in the process of soccer too, and we won't get into now, but that was essentially expert opinion. It's more of a confidence rating rather than an uncertainty estimate, quantitatively speaking. So, meaning that we're pretty confident in the fossil fuel emissions relative to the lateral flux of carbon. But I didn't. Does that sort of answer the second part of your question, or?
I guess I thought it might have been quantitative. Like if it was 5%, then that would have, or if it was 10%, then I think it would be 170. I think it was teragrams, and then that was similar to the magnitude of some of the other fluxes you were trying to diagnose by subtracting all this out. But I didn't know whether that was a quantitative uncertainty or just sort of like you said, if it was a confidence interval, then I think you wouldn't really know.
Yeah, so that's a good. I mean, those 5 stars on some of the things and the 4 stars on the forestry. Probably a lot of the reason we could put stars on it is because we actually had quantitative estimates of the uncertainty for those things. But with the lateral fluxes, especially that one that's coming out of the land, the one that at the end of the pipe, I think we have more stars on because it's an actual measurement that you can get. But yeah, the one coming out of the land is just inferred, so it's really uncertain. We just left it as sort of an expert opinion of this. That's probably, you can only put about 1 star on that. So that was a legacy from the first soccer. So it essentially meant that we sort of, it's somewhere like 100% of the mean, basically, is probably the best we could do.
And I'll jump here, a question for Trevor. As I recall from your slide, you had a VC max with, I think it was the Tekola, and I'm not sure if it was it global or was just the northern latitude. But my question is, with the results you're seeing, how it was all for forest, or you had a different species, and how you were, and how that response is different? Because I think the plot was for all the data you assembled. But did you see something different between forest to grasses, what they are doing, north, south, and?
Thanks, Basil. That's a great question. Yeah, that was basically all the data we could get our hands on. So it was data for all types of ecosystems, vegetation types, globally. Of course, not a full global distribution because measurements are limited in quite a lot of important regions in the world. And we didn't look specifically for a large difference between ecosystem types, but we did look for biases between what the optimality theory would predict and the observations in relation to various characteristics such as soil type and climate. But the data covers many different plant functional types.
So I guess it's still limited in spatial distribution of where the data is coming from. We might have more here in other areas. Those ecosystems are still not that much represented or measured.
For sure.
So for just kind of a take point there for the models, that's the interest. I mean, the models usually start with some value and downgrade that value. So your approach is kind of like giving them what's supposed to be the number after downgrading, because those numbers already include the environmental stress.
Yeah, totally. So it's thinking about, given the environment in which a plant finds itself, how would it allocate nutrients in order to optimize photosynthesis? And how does that change over time if the environment changes? So you can formulate based on various different theories of plant functions, such as least cost theory or coordination theories for plants coordinate their investment in nutrients, to come up with a prediction of how much they should invest in photosynthetic potential to maximize the return on that investment. And that investment is dictated by environmental constraints. So as you say, if normally models have a set VC max that's then down-regulated if, for example, the environment is water stressed. But this is directly in the theory from a first principles mechanistic understanding of the effect of water stress on leaf internal CI through the effect on conductance, and what that would mean for what a plant should invest in rubisco effectively to maximize its return on that investment. And that ultimately gives you a prediction of VC max, or as commonly referred to as photosynthetic potential, and how that changes spatially and temporally.
Thank you.
I think that we are out of time. Unfortunately, there's one more question about how NP cycles can enhance carbon emissions. I don't know that there's a way for us to address that really quickly because I think it depends a lot on ecosystem type and location, etc. Does anybody have anything in closing they want to just add before we move on? Okay, well, thank you very much, everybody. And now, if everybody online hangs on for just a second, we'll move into the next presentation. Hello, everyone. I'm glad that you are all still with us, and those were some really great organized science sessions. Now, Gammy and I are going to take some time to talk about the results from the diversity assessment survey that we recently completed for the first time for the North American Carbon Program. And I'll take it away, Gammy.
Thanks again, everyone. On January 20, 2021, the White House released executive orders on climate change and the Paris Agreement. The same day, an executive order on advancing racial equity and support for undeserved communities throughout the federal government was also released. The order states, because advancing equity requires a systemic approach to embedding fairness in decision-making processes, executive departments and agencies must recognize and work to redress inequities in their policies and programs that serve as barriers to equal opportunity. We must assess whether and to what extent its programs and policies perpetuate systemic barriers to opportunities and benefits for people of color and other underserved groups. Next slide, please. The executive order defines equity as consistent and systematic, fair, just, and impartial treatment of all individuals, and recognizes that many federal data sets are not disaggregated by race, ethnicity, gender, disability, income, veteran status, and other key demographic variables. This lack of data has cascading effects and entails efforts to measure and advance equity. The first step to promoting equity action everywhere, including in government, is to gather the data necessary to inform that effort. Next slide, please. The White House executive order establishes or directs the federal government to coordinate efforts to embed equity principles, policies, and approaches across the government. It also directs the government to study methods for assessing whether agency policies and actions create or exacerbate barriers to full and equal participation. The Director of the Office of Management and Budget shall, in coordination with the heads of agencies, study strategies consistent with applicable law for allocating federal resources in a manner that increases investment in underserved communities. Agencies shall consult with members of communities that have been historically underrepresented in the federal government and underserved by or subject to discrimination. An interagency working group on equitable data or a data working group will also be established. With this, Libby will be handling the next slides. Thank you.
Thank you, Gami, for setting the stage. Our community has made a commitment to confronting systemic racism and inequality in science. There's been a growing and significant amount of research documenting that systemic racism and inequitable access and inclusion harms both scientists and the science itself. And especially over the past year, at least for myself, but I think for many others, there have been a growing number of actions to increase the visibility and promote the equity for and by Black, Indigenous, and people of color and women scientists. And for example, here I just mentioned a couple of different organizations and initiatives. And all of this, I think also for our community, we were probably aware that in 2017, the American Geophysical Union made some significant revisions to their scientific code of conduct that affirmed that free, open, and responsible practice of science is fundamental to scientific advancement and also human well-being, and that they included scientific conduct to include things like discrimination and harassment, including sexual harassment and bullying. And excuse me, so that last summer, many members of the NACP community created a statement that was "The Science Community Stands United Against Racism and Inequity." And apologies. And in that statement, we made a commitment to better support the NACP members of underrepresented or marginalized groups, to expand our efforts to recruit, engage, and champion and encourage members from diverse backgrounds, to take a stand against harassment and discrimination, to openly discuss and actively intervene in these manners when we encounter them, to promote scientists whose voices have not always been heard or championed, and to build active and diverse networks that can work together to do the important work that NACP is doing. Within that context, though, there's a way in which we don't necessarily have a lot of information about who actually is in the NACP community. We have about 2,800 participants on our sort of broadest interest email list. And some of them we may know personally or not, but we don't necessarily know the demographic background of those people. So we instituted the diversity assessment survey. It began in February, and it was advertised through our newsletter and reminders to the distribution list, and reminders also to the participants of this meeting. It was closed earlier this week, and we got 128 full responses. So I'm just going to run through some of the statistics that we got from that and let you guys know a little bit about who we all are. So in terms of gender, we were actually, for respondents, almost equally split between female and male, with a couple of people saying non-binary or other or did not want to say. Most of the participants were heterosexual. And then we had a section in the survey where we allowed folks to have an open text to describe their race for themselves. And we did this in part in recognition of the fact that that the categories that, for example, the US Census use, for one thing, are particular to the United States, and that we do have an international community members. Also that those categories, for a variety of reasons, aren't necessarily always meaningful for individuals. And so we asked folks to just go ahead and how would they describe themselves. We did in fact get some people who said that they didn't like to identify themselves in this in any way like this. And then we also had some folks who expressed thanks that we offered the opportunity to have this type of open response. We then, though, did ask about particular categories. We expanded on the U.S. Census definitions to include some more, and we found that I think for at least myself, unsurprisingly, the majority of the respondents were white, but we did have some Latin American and Middle Eastern and South Asian participants, as well as a few Black participants and Chinese and some others here. We also asked about ethnicity. This is based on the U.S. Census, and you can see that most folks do not identify as Hispanic or Latinx. We also asked about people living with a disability, and I apologize, I did not test this beforehand, but I cannot see my presentation notes in giving this, where I did actually have the percentages. The numbers that you see on the y-axis are the counts, so we'll be sure to have that information about how that actually breaks down as a percentage later. But you can see that we did have a few people who reported living with a disability. These included things like hearing loss, problems with mobility, mental health issues, and autoimmune conditions. And then there are a series of questions that we asked in the survey that we also asked for people who were when people were registering for this meeting itself. So we asked, are you currently a student? And you can see that most folks on our distribution list are not students, and we have a little bit, I think, more proportionally in the meeting itself who are undergraduate and graduate students. We asked if folks were postdocs, and also unsurprisingly, I think the majority of folks were not postdocs. We wanted to get a sense about how many people are what we termed early career, which for our definition was less than or equal to 5 years from their terminal degree. And here are the numbers that you can see for how that shows both for the survey itself, which is the graph in the background, and for the meeting attendees, which is the graph in the foreground. We asked people if they were a first generation college student or graduate student, and we defined first generation in the broadest sense possible, meaning just that whatever their family situation was, their family did not have a history of attending higher education institutions. And so you can see that we actually have proportionally a fairly, I think, a fairly large number of folks who were either first generation graduate or graduate students in the survey results. We asked if English was the first language. I think this question will become more and more important, especially as NACP works to include more Mexicans and Canadians who may be French speaking in our program as well. We also asked what kind of institution do you work for? Unsurprisingly, most folks work for the university, in the university or for the federal government, and then with Research Institute following along behind that. And it's a pretty similar pattern that we also see for the meeting attendees as well, where again, most of the attendees are from universities and some from federal government and research institutions. We wanted to get a sense about folks' primary job function. Unsurprisingly for this community, most folks, their first job function is research, followed by management and teaching. And then what I think is interesting is about secondary job functions. So recognizing that folks may have multiple types of responsibilities within their job, and we wanted to kind of get a sense of, other types of activities that they might engage in that. And you can see a lot more representation than for outreach and communication, management, policy, and some other answers that came through in for the meeting survey that happened. We had a question where we asked about what were the biggest challenges that that people had towards, feeling like they were, being part of the carbon cycle science community in general. And there's a, sort of a kind of a broad list here that you can see on the right for all the different topics. And most of them were generally about evenly split in terms of level of interest or ways in which folks felt that these particular topics presented challenges for themselves and others that they knew in the community. So there wasn't really any one sort of thing that stood out in this area. And then we also had the opportunity for folks to, if they didn't see anything in that list, to also have some free text where they could talk about what their experiences were within that. And I think that there were a lot of things that you would expect to see, just in terms of it's hard working with people, but also things about, childcare or the cost for travel and the both monetary and just general, and also feeling excluded because of whatever type of identity they may have or folks may perceive them as having, and how difficult it might be to make connections with folks and to feel that their voices were being heard and have opportunities available to them as well. So this is just the sort of basic statistics for this survey result. And so the next steps that will happen is that we're going to develop an in-depth report on the results of this survey. So we'll actually share, what the numbers were, and anyone is welcome to help me in sort of writing this up. And this report will be distributed to the NACP community. I want to reiterate here that all of the survey data is anonymous. I don't know who any of the respondees are. We didn't even track IP addresses for this, so there's no danger for folks to be exposed in that way. We are also really interested in making sure that the science leadership group is representative of this community across a range of different categories. That includes nation and career stage and institution type, as well as things like gender, race, and ethnicity. We will be seeking new SLG members in the coming months, and there is an opportunity for self-nomination. You should keep an eye out for that. And then the other thing is that even if you are not officially on the science leadership group, those meetings are open to everyone. I have to admit, I have not done the best job at advertising when they are happening, and I commit to making that more transparent and accessible to everyone. We're also working with the SLG and with GAMI and anyone who's interested in doing this and developing activities to support all of our members in community engagement and career development. And these include things like mentoring and offering networking opportunities, potentially doing trainings and webinars, collecting information about resources for JEDI. And also there were some really thoughtful suggestions that came through in the survey responses that I don't really have time to dive into it today that I think that we could certainly develop as well. There were a couple of questions that we realized after the fact that we also maybe should have asked about in the survey, and we'd like to do the survey again at some later date and ask about sort of age group in terms of ranges, and if respondents are first generation immigrants to the country wherever they are living and working. And we are really open to other applicable ideas and suggestions from the community. Cami, I don't know if you have anything to say, and I'm not exactly sure how we're doing on time. I know that we need to move into the student speed talks. So the Slido has been open. We probably don't have time to address questions. All of those questions will be saved and forwarded to us. And so this is an ongoing process. And I'm very grateful to everybody who took the time to complete the survey and really share with us their thoughts and ideas.
So useful.
Okay, and I think in just a moment now we will be switching over to the student speed talks.
Hi everyone, my name is Martijn Palland. I'm a PhD student from the Max Planck Institute for Biogeochemistry. I want to talk about the extrapolation uncertainties of the Arctic eddy covariance network. For those of you that are unfamiliar with eddy covariance, it's a method to measure fluxes of greenhouse gases, such as CO2, from the biosphere to the atmosphere. And it can be quite challenging to do this in the Arctic. Equipment can freeze, there's not a lot of infrastructure. Despite that, there are still quite a few towers, and we wonder how well these towers upscale to the Arctic as a whole. Therefore, we looked at where all the towers are located and when they've been active. And we trained a model to predict fluxes based on the closest sites nearby. And because we use FluxCom data, we know what the answer is supposed to be. So we get an error of these predictions. We can then link this error to the distance in variable space to get an idea of how much larger the error becomes the farther away we move from a measuring location. And using that relationship, we can then calculate this for the entire Arctic, as you can see in the central picture. Of course, we can also use this method to look at ideal places in the Arctic to place new towers, optimization, so to speak. So, more about this, have questions about the exact method, and see some of the other maps we made, then please have a look at my poster and ask questions.
Hi there, everyone. My name is Cameron Clay, and I'm a second-year master's student here at Virginia Commonwealth University. Today, I want to talk to you about research that my colleagues and I have been working on, namely, a project studying net ecosystem production across successional time in a North American temperate forest chronosequence. In the image before you, you can see a forest opening that was experimentally clear-cut and burned in 2017, and behind it, a forest that was given the same treatment over 60 years ago. These plots both represent pieces of a long-term project that started in the early 20th century at the University of Michigan Biological Station, where every 25 years, a plot was selected to be felled with either a high or low-intensity disturbance treatment. These two chronosequences now allow us to compare forests of different ages side by side to see how they differ in their capacity to store carbon. Using measurements of carbon efflux, such as from the breakdown of soil organic matter and logs as seen on the left, and measurements of carbon storage, such as through the building of above-ground woody biomass and buildup of organic material on the forest floor as seen on the right, we can better understand how these unique plots compare to each other in their ability to store carbon. This will not only allow us to better understand how forests vary in their capacity to fix carbon after disturbances of differing intensities, but will also allow us to understand how these dynamics may change over the long course of forest recovery. Thank you everyone for joining this introduction, and I look forward to any questions you may have about my poster.
This work is focused on understanding how environmental factors and land use change influence soil respiration, and how its influence varies between season and semi-arid region. This research appears to the need to know how the environmental change predicted for the next years will influence the release of CO2 from the soil to the atmosphere into land use scenarios, natural xerophiles crop ecosystem, and agricultural system. For this, we monitor the soil respiration and environmental condition in a semi-arid region of northeastern Mexico for 2 years, with a well-consolidated field database, Structural equation models were built to analyze the difference between the soil respiration drivers due to seasonal variation and land uses. The model shows that soil respiration is indeed controlled by environmental factors, especially by water availability. The magnitude of the control was different depending on the season and the land use. One relevant result was that soil respiration enclosed was more temperature sensitive. This result suggests that in the predicted increase in a mean annual temperature, land use change from the xerophile screw to the curve will release more CO2 to the atmosphere.
Hello everyone, my name is Bradley Gay, and this evening I will discuss current research efforts with the NASA Above Vegetation Dynamics and Distribution team with the help of a spatially explicit individual-based forest gap model known as Cyborg TTE, real climate and soil data updates from MERA-2 and soil grids, and permafrost module improvements derived from earlier work by Dr. Gordon Bonin. The goal of this study seeks to validate the Cyborg TTE modular output of permafrost thaw depth relative to active layer thickness field measurements from 4 well-defined calm sites over the course of 22 years. Currently, Cyborg output defaults to 1 kilometer square grids and is constrained to 10 meters resolution. In order to spatially reflect each calm site's gridded area, 3 of the 4 site-specific plot grids were rescaled via DEM-applied multiplication factoring to more accurately reflect ground area sampled prior to simulation. Upon validation, the model does while simulating downscaled heterogeneous terrain at high resolution and homogeneous terrain at lower resolution. The contour lines in the R-plots represent each spatially explicit 10 by 10 meter subplot and clearly demonstrates the increasing depth of the active layer. My focus continues to explore the TTE regions for ice content, carbon susceptibility, subsurface dynamics, and lateral carbon transport that contributes to future permafrost thaw, carbon cycling, and ecosystem response.
Hello, I am Ming Lu. My presentation today is integrating Landsat SL2 and Sentinel-1 data to estimate far-coast carbon emissions. As shown in Figure 1, we developed a hierarchy model. In the top layer, we used SL2 ATL08 product and airborne above-ground biomass to train the lasso regression model. In the median layer, we combined pre-fire and post-fire Landsat and Sentinel-1 data and lasso predicted above-ground biomass to train the random forest model. We produced pre-fire above-ground biomass and post-fire above-ground biomass. In the bottom layer, we converted the difference above-ground biomass to carbon emissions with a coefficient of 0.5. In Figure 2, we can see the biomass maps of CARE-fire in California. Figure 2A shows the pre-fire biomass map. Figure 2B is the post-fire biomass, and Figure 2C is the differenced biomass. The total carbon emissions of CARE-fire are 3.49 Tg. This study highlights the feasibility of integrating spaceborne data for estimating carbon emissions, opening an avenue for accurate global carbon monitoring and climate change mitigation.
Hello to all. My name is Lorenzo Israel Ramos Espejel, graduated from University of C in the degree of Marine Biology, and I present the poster entitled Carbon Dioxide Fluxes in Chacagua Pastoria Lagoon Complex, Oaxaca, Mexico in the 2018 dry season. Coastal lagoons are intermittent aquatic bodies between the ocean and the continent, of high scenic beauty, great biological diversity, and unique chemical, environmental, and hydrological characteristics, through which they provide direct and indirect services to humanity. One of the main services attributed to it today, due to the current climate crisis, is the ability to capture atmospheric carbon and sequester it for long periods of time. However, the degradation they suffer due to human activities such as water extraction, water contamination, bad practices in the extraction of natural resources, and others results in the release of trapped carbon. For this reason, This poster aims to disseminate the knowledge of the state and chemical dynamics of the coastal lagoons, to contribute to the understanding of their role in global carbon cycle and the identification of degradation drivers in order to emphasize the development of strategies for their care and conservation.
Seagrasses are a strong sink for blue carbon, sequestering at a higher rate than forests, and yet exact estimates of their carbon storage remain unreliable due to limitations of aerial measurements. Here, we apply an automated, standardized image processing regime with a machine learning classification to Landsat imagery to construct a time series of seagrass leaf area and below ground carbon in St. Joseph Bay, Florida between 1990 and 2020. First, we processed 43 scenes from Landsat 4 to 8 using our automated processing regime. Then we classified those scenes using a machine learning method where our seagrass classification showed a 90 to 96% agreement with aerial imagery and high-resolution satellite imagery. Then, using reflectance in the green band, we computed leaf area index and further converted those to below-ground carbon using a scalar conversion. We found 4,500 metric tons of below-ground carbon was held in St. Joseph Bay over 30 years, which is equivalent to carbon dioxide emitted from 18 million pounds of coal. Our time series of LAI and below-ground carbon revealed no trend over the 30-year period. Although seagrass and carbon storage appear to have been stable in St. Joseph Bay over the past 30 years, forecasts suggest that environmental and climate pressures are ongoing, which highlight the importance of the time series presented here as a baseline against which we can monitor future change in seagrass blue carbon.
The phenological state of vegetation is fundamental to determining carbon fluxes. However, traceable biosphere and ecosystem models inadequately represent phenology. This is problematic as climate change is altering the timing of phenological intrusion dates in many areas. Because of this, substantial research has gone into improving phenological observations, but these are constrained by trade-offs between spatial resolution, temporal resolution, and coverage. We investigated the ability of the newest version of the Geostationary Operational Satellite, or GOES, to track phenological change in deciduous broadleaf forests. Since it's geostationary, GOES is able to provide NDVI measurements every 5 to 10 minutes throughout the Western Hemisphere. Because GOES data is still noisy and negatively biased due to atmospheric interference, we previously developed a statistical model to estimate daily midday NDVI values with uncertainty, which we used here. In this study, we fit Bayesian models to estimate and compare spring and autumn transition dates between PhenoCam, MODIS, and GOES. We found that compared to MODIS, NDVI, and EVI, GOES is more correlated with PhenoCam at the start and middle of spring. GOES is now able to provide real-time indicators of phenology instead of relying on composites over time periods that might be longer than the speed of transitions, which is necessary with sun-synchronous satellite data like MODIS. GOES can improve the monitoring of phenology and its impacts on the carbon cycle by supplementing the existing measurement methods with data that has a high temporal resolution and a wide spatial coverage. Check out our presentation or paper. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Kayla Mathis and I'm a PhD student at Virginia Commonwealth University. Our lab's research and this contribution in particular is motivated by two big ideas. Number one, it is urgent to better understand ecosystem functional stability following disturbance, which are increasing under global climate change. Number two, ecosystem ecologists have long recognized that stability is multidimensional, consisting of multiple interrelated stages of disturbance response. These ideas were implicit in the concepts of successional resetting from theorists such as Odom and Borman and Lichen. But unlike community and population ecologists, ecosystem ecologists, including carbon cycling scientists, have mostly neglected frameworks that can standardize multidimensional stability. In this contribution, our objective is to illustrate how the adoption of a standardized multidimensional framework by carbon cycling scientists will complement analysis of absolute fluxes by providing direct comparisons of stability among fluxes and across ecosystems. We use two published datasets as pilot applications of this framework, which can be found in my poster. Broader adoption of this framework would help resolve current ecological knowledge gaps, such as mechanisms supporting functional stability, aid in forecasting long-term stability under changing disturbance regimes, increase synthesis opportunities with the expanding open science networks, and finally, this standardized frameworks would increase possibilities of integrations across ecological disciplines and biological scales. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is David Ariel Barrales Martinez, graduate student of biology in Mexico.
My research aims to find plant species with the ability to grow in gillies and functions as nurse species to achieve plant succession. Plant species that grow during the dry season inside gillies were collected and classified. 2 abundant species at these sites and widely used pine species for restoration were chosen. The respiration rate was measured under laboratory conditions of the plant species Baccharis sp, Crategus mexicana, and Pinus gregi. The result suggests that the organic matter of the scrub vegetation can be rapidly incorporated into the saprolite in contrast to pine. This work will help in the selection of useful plants in the restoration of gillies and favor the sequestration of carbon in degraded soil in the central Mexico.
A picture says 1,000 words, but a multispectral image says more. I would like to invite everyone to take a closer look at my current study, which examines common proximal and spaceborne remote sensing techniques for the ability to characterize the carbon phenology within a coastal salt marsh. The coastal salt marsh is a highly productive ecosystem where halophytic C4 grasses fix atmospheric carbon and anoxic sediments provide long-term sequestration. As carbon cycle scientists, we know that accurate Earth system models are driven by ecosystem-specific parameters, and this is vital for characterizing global productivity. Yet traditional acquisition methods, such as spaceborne remote sensing, generates challenges for the biophysically confined salt marsh, which occupies less than 1% of the terrestrial land surface. One promising approach is incorporating data from common proximal or in situ sensors, yet there are uncertainties about which sensors can best define key phenology parameters while tracking changes in ecosystem carbon dynamics. We utilize the eddy covariance method, common proximal remote sensing instruments, and associated vegetation indices, including a near-infrared enabled phenocamera and narrowband spectroreflectance sensors, along with spaceborne MODIS, to track changes in daily net productivity and extract key phenological parameters. We show that within a salt marsh environment, there are several special challenges which must be recognized to properly track and accurately characterize the carbon phenology.
A biodigester is a hermetose anaerobic ferment. This stems at the roasted or backyard level that is not present or does not contain a measurement of the production of biogas or methane. For this reason, this work was carried out by building a hermetically closed glass device, 5 liters. To verify the effectiveness of this device, a roasted batch type biodigester was used with a capacity 200 liters fed with a mixture of water and bovine manure 75 liters and an empty space of 50 liters for the accumulation of biogas. An aliquot was taken from the bioreactor to the glass sampling device daily. The sample size and the total biogas production were calculated using the volume of the voids and with the internal pressure and their temperatures. The ideal gas law was applied. It was concluded that for each liter of biofertilizer, 5.6 liters of methane are produced, which is potential emitted into the atmosphere. In other words, for every liter of biofertilizer, 5.6 liters of methane is produced. Thanks.
Domestic ruminants produce large amounts of greenhouse gases, such as methane, mainly from enteric fermentation, which is more powerful than CO2 in terms of its capacity to cause a greenhouse effect. However, its lifespan in the atmosphere ranges from only 9 to 15 years. Therefore, mitigating greenhouse gases, such as methane from the cattle industry, offers an opportunity to reduce greenhouse gases emissions and climate change over the short term. The objectives of the present work were to evaluate the in vivo antimethanogenic effects of Cymbopogon citratus, Matricaria chamomilla, and Cosmos bipinnatus on beef cattle fed a high in concentrate diet, and the effects of increasing levels of Cymbopogon citratus on enteric methane emissions by beef cattle fed a ration low in concentrate. We concluded that Cymbopogon citratus significantly reduced methane yield by 32.5%, Cosmos reduced methane yield by 27.6%, and Matricaria chamomilla had no significant effect with respect to control diet. In experiment 2, Cymbopogon citratus supplemented with 2% of the daily dry matter intake significantly reduced the total daily methane emissions by 26% without affecting the supply of nutrients to the animal. The effects of these herbs depends on the diet, level of inclusion, and content of secondary metabolites.
Thank you to our student poster speed talk presenters for sharing with us the exciting work they are currently doing to move science forward, as well as all of our wonderful presenters today. This now concludes the formal science session of the NACP 7th Open Science Meeting. We welcome you to transition and take part in some social engagement opportunities that we've provided for a bit of fun and socialization. If you will refer back to the Things to Know for the NACP Open Science Meeting email, which Libby Larson sent to you earlier this week, you will see 10 separate WebEx meeting room links available for you to choose from. Each room will be hosted by a member of the NACP Organizing Committee and is dedicated to various topics of interest. In order to move between the WebEx meeting rooms, you will need to enter and fully exit one meeting room at a time, moving to the next room by clicking the link provided for your next topic of interest. If you have any questions or need assistance, please email support@nacarbon.org. We look forward to your participation in next week's second NACP Open Science Meeting session, being held on Friday, March 12th during the same time frame as today. Thank you, enjoy your social hour, have fun, and we will see you next week.